Yung kuhan ko sa background ko. Yung background ito. Sa background. Background video.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please stand by. We shall start the program in 5 minutes. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, my fellow civil servants, and welcome to the webinar orientation on the 2025 Statement of Assets, Liabilities, and Net Worth, or the SALN. To start our program right, may I request everyone to join me for the opening prayer. Let us put ourselves in the presence of our Holy Father, and all together, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you today with grateful hearts as we begin this 2025 Statement of Assets, Liabilities, and Net Worth Orientation. We thank you for the opportunity to learn, to be guided, and to serve with integrity and transparency. Grant us wisdom and understanding as we deepen our knowledge of our duties and legal responsibilities as public servants. May this learning session strengthen our commitment to honesty, accountability, and ethical governance, and inspire us to faithfully uphold the trust given to us by the public. Bless our speaker, organizers, and participants. May our discussions be meaningful, our intentions sincere, and our actions guided always by truth and justice. All this we ask in your loving presence. Amen. At this point, allow me to introduce the men and women behind this webinar. Together with me to help assist in your administrative concerns is our CSI training team. We have Ms. Lee Cacheros, our Zoom tech, Ms. Jenny for the Zoom chatbot queries, Ms. Hannah Enviado for FB page queries. And may I request our training team to please open your cameras to be acknowledged by our participants. Good afternoon, CSI training team. We are also blessed with panelists from the CSC's Office for Legal Affairs who will respond to queries about our discussion. May I request our panelists to please open your cameras as I call on your names. We have with us today Attorney Ramona Bucatcat, Attorney Maria Cinderella Lim, Ms. Arlene C. Antonio, Mr. Felixberto P. Martinez III. A virtual round of applause, please, to all our technical working team and our panelists. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. If you have questions relative to the topic, please type them in the Q&A box. Our panelists will do their best to answer all the questions. Additionally, our chat box is open for the sharing of your thoughts and insights. Kaya naman po, we are encouraging everyone to be respectful, kind, and remember that this orientation should be a safe space for all. To ensure a smooth flow of our virtual program, we would like to remind you of the following technical requirements. We will be using the Zoom platform and link for the remainder of the program. Please ensure that you have a stable internet connection to stay logged in throughout the session. For the best experience and access to the program's full functionality, we recommend using a desktop or a laptop. You may use your smartphone as a backup device in case you get logged out. Updates and important announcements will be sent to the email address you provided. Moreover, I would like to remind our participants to accomplish the attendance form posted in the chat box for Zoom participants and in the comment section for FB Live viewers. You may also scan the QR code flash on the screen. Please note that FB viewers may also receive a certificate of completion as long as you will accomplish the pre and post test, attendance, and level 1 evaluation forms. We have already emailed in advance the link for the pre-test for our registered participants. For those who have yet to answer the pre-test and those joining via the CSI Facebook page, we will give you 10 minutes to finish the pre-test, and your time starts now. Thank you for accomplishing the pretest. Please be informed that a certificate of completion with 3 training hours credit will be given to those participants who will successfully accomplish the required forms only until January 26 at 5 p.m. So you have until Monday next week to accomplish all the required forms. For those who cannot access the links in the chat box, kung nagkaroon po tayo ng problema kanina to access the links in the chat box, you can copy the links and paste them in your browser to facilitate access. All right? So welcome once again to our Zoom participants and Facebook viewers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We are right now 1,000 participants here in the Zoom room and 10,600 in our Facebook live viewers. So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. This webinar is a joint initiative of the Civil Service Institute, the Office for Legal Affairs, and the Office of the Assistant Commissioner for Legal, all under the umbrella of the Civil Service Commission. So just a reminder, please be informed that since we are streaming live via the CSI official Facebook page, no? If you happen to get logged out po and cannot enter the Zoom room due to its limited capacity, wag po kayong mag-worry. You can still follow the session through the Facebook live stream. So pumunta lang po tayo sa ating Philippine Civil Service Institute Facebook page, and you are still entitled po for a certificate of completion. So again, just fill out the forms. We will also be sharing the links of the forms po sa aming CSI Facebook page through its comment section. At doon nyo po pwedeng i-copy and paste yan sa browser. Alright? Now, let's get us started. Let's feel each other's energy. Alam ko katatapos lang po ng ating lunch, so medyo baka may mga naaantok-antok ng konti. Can you please drop your favorite emoji po dyan sa ating Zoom chat or sa FB comment section? And let's flood our screen with good vibes. I can see a lot of hearts now here. May mga happy emojis tayo. May mga poppers. Alright, can I have more of those positive energy from our participants po? Claps? Okay, so I feel ko and I believe na masarap ang inyong lunch this afternoon with all those happy emojis, no, flashing in our screen. And we hope that you'll be able to sustain that positivity until the end of our session this afternoon. Now, allow me to share with you the course description of this webinar orientation. So, this session aims to cascade the 2025 Omnibus Rules on the SALN to all government employees through a structured and practical approach. It will ensure that implementers, your reviewers, and filers clearly understand their legal obligations, procedural responsibilities, and the consequences of non-compliance while promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical governance in public service. So ito pong SALN natin ay na-promulgate po siya in 2025. And since napapanahon na naman and we will be preparing for our SALN na, kailangan na din po, and it's really high time for us to review the features of our SALN. Okay, so pag-aaralan po natin yan ngayong hapon na to. Let us now move to our session proper. Are you all ready? Excited na po ba ang lahat? Can you please type R if we are good to start our session discussion this afternoon? Can I see a lot of R's in the chat box and in our comment section? If you can. All right, I believe we are all good to start our program. And at this point, allow me to introduce our subject matter expert. Our speaker for the SALN orientation is a sought-after lecturer on the SALN and other CSC laws, rules, and regulations. He is a member of the bar, having finished his law degree from the Far Eastern University and taking and passing the bar examinations. He was awarded the Award of Achievement as Distinguished Member of FEU Law Alumni Association in 2006, and the FEU Golden Tamaro Award, the highest award of achievement, in November 2016. Other than being a lawyer, Our speaker is also a CESO4. He is an expert in civil service laws, rules, and regulations, including subjects in administrative discipline, RA number 6713, rules on anti-red tape, which is now covered by the rules on ease of doing business in government, and rules on sexual harassment. He is also a regular MCLE lecturer on the subject matters. Our speaker has been with the Civil Service Commission for the past 30 years. He started as an attorney too, and from that position rose through the ranks as a division chief, assistant regional director, and thereafter the director for the Office for Legal Affairs. Presently, he is the Assistant Commissioner for Legal of the Commission. Our dear participants, let us give a virtual welcome to Assistant Commissioner Attorney Ariel G. Ronquillo. Magandang hapon po, Ascom Ariel.
Yes, Ms. Jing, magandang hapon sa iyo at sa lahat ng mga kapwa natin lingkod bayani who are joining us right now in this very important webinar orientation on the 2025 SALN. Okay, again, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, fellow public servants. It's the time of the year again when we are supposed to work on our very important document that shows our transparency to the public that we serve, no? The statements of assets, liabilities, and net worth. And this is timely because last year, the Civil Service Commission has promulgated a new set of rules, which we are calling as the Omnibus Rules on SALN, and together with the new form, no, that corresponds with the new set of rules. So this webinar orientation about the new SALN guidelines will be very important for all of us so that we will have a common understanding and we will have a uniform implementation of the different provisions of these new rules. Okay? So samahan niyo po ako as we study these new rules. At kung meron po kayong mga forms na ngayon dyan, mas maganda na hawak nyo yun ngayon. At mamaya po kasi we will look at the different parts of the forms para habang dinidiscuss natin, if you want to already fill out your forms, mas maganda po at you will all be properly guided. Okay? So are we ready? If you are, then let's start. Okay, so this is the webinar on the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth. The objectives of my presentation are the following: to understand the purpose, the scope, and the requirements of SALN, identify major changes in the new rules, and to clarify compliance, responsibilities, and sanctions. Now, what are the highlights of the new rules? The new rules integrate all SALN issuances of the Civil Service Commission. It also adopts the digital filing and submission of SALN. It clarifies what constitutes assumption of office, the procedure for all instances of filing the SALN, no? Upon assumption, annual, and upon separation. No? So in this new set of guidelines, we actually clarified that we have three kinds of SALN. We have the so-called entry SALN, the SALN that you fill out when you are first entrant to the government service, and then the annual SALN, which we are filling out where the deadline is April 30 of every year, and the exit SALN, which we are filling out when we are already leaving the government service. In the previous rules, these three types of SALNs were actually not given sufficient attention. But in the 2025 SALN, we have clarified the rules on how to fill them out. Okay. It also contains provision on multiple marriages. We received a lot of questions about how people with more than one marriages will fill out the SALN, especially those whose spouses are also working in government. Okay, so we will have answers to that later. We have a new provision on the signature of spouse. Kung matatandaan po ninyo, in the previous rule, there was a mandatory requirement to secure the signature of your spouse, whether your spouse works in government or not. Okay, so in the new SALN, hindi na ho nire-require yun ngayon. But we will discuss more on that later. And of course, we will have updates on review and compliance procedure. Okay, so lahat po ito makikita natin in this new set of guidelines on the filling out and submission of our SALN. The Omnibus Rules on the SALN 2025 was issued by the Civil Service Commission via CSC Resolution number 25 Series 0632 dated June 25, 2025. It took effect last September 29, 2025. Hence, this is the 2025 Omnibus Rules on SALN. Now, what is SALN? SALN is a statement required from government employees under existing laws that compels us to disclose our assets, liabilities, and net worth. No? I think everybody knows what SALN is. No? Ang hindi lang alam ng karamihan ay yung proper manner of filling out the SALN, no? Apparently because of so many things that already happened. So we will clarify all those confusions, no, in this orientation. Now, what's the legal basis for our SALN? Now, for these guidelines that we are going to discuss in the new form, there are three legal bases. No? First is the Republic Act 6713, or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Aside from that, we have the jurisprudence or the Supreme Court decisions, and of course, this 2025 Omnibus Rules on the SALN. Now, you may ask, hindi ba mayroon pang ibang mga batas that are considered or that may be considered as legal basis for the SALN? Yes, but for purposes of this new guidelines as well as the form, ang ginagamit lang po natin ay itong tatlo na ito. So 6713 jurisprudence and the 2025 Omnibus Rules. Now, bakit? We will explain that later. Okay, now the most important question, no, that is often asked is why is there a need, no, to fill out and submit our SALN? So why is SALN required of public officers? And this is the answer. Because the requirement of filing the SALN is a constitutional obligation. So no less than the 1987 Constitution mandates that all of us working in government should file our SALN. This is an instrument of transparency. This is the document which we can show to the public that we serve, that while we are working in government, we are not unduly enriching ourselves at the expense of taxpayers' money. So this is one way of telling them, I am here just to serve, not to unduly accumulate wealth. Kaya nga po meron tayong sinasabi dati, kasabihan natin, and up to now it's still applicable, if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear. Kaya dapat ang SALN is open for inspection by the public. Well, subject to some requirements, but the public must be able to inspect the SALNs of government officials and employees. Apparently because according to the Supreme Court, in this case of Babano versus Executive Secretary, this is an instrument of transparency. Well, aside from that, SALN also deter government officials who are bent on enriching themselves through unlawful means, or those who are committing graft and corruption. Why? Because if your SALN declaration will show a disproportion, no, between your accumulated wealth and the income that you're receiving from the government, that will be a red flag. That will be open for investigation. How come there is such a disproportion? Okay? Yung hindi naman magde-declare dahil ayaw, of course, ayaw nilang i-declare, no? Kung ano man yung excess na kayamanan nila, you will be committing another offense because non-declaration in the SALN is a specific offense. Okay? Kaya sabi po ng Supreme Court, SALN is an instrument that somehow helps in preventing graft and corruption in government. So that's how important, no, the filing of SALN for all of us who are working in government. Okay, so let us talk about who are required to file. So if this is important, then who are required to file? Practically everyone working in government are required to file. The moment you enter government service, immediately the obligation to fill out SALN is already there. And this applies to all officials and employees of all agencies of the government, national and local governments, state universities and colleges, and government-owned and controlled corporations and their subsidiaries with or without original charter. So ito po isang malaking kaibahan ito, di ba? Under the law, ang covered lang ng civil service when it comes to GOCCs are GOCCs with original charter. Pero pagdating po sa pag-execute ng SALN, even those GOCCs without original charter are covered. Therefore, the officials and employees in those government-owned and controlled corporations are also required to file SALN. Now, but meron bang mga exempted? Of course, people will also ask that, no? Are there people who are excused from filing SALN even if they are working in government? Well, actually, the law itself under 6713 provides for these exemptions. No? Number one, those who are serving in honorary capacity are no longer required to file their SALN. These people are actually not issued any appointment, no, to any position in government. They are also not elected. They were merely invited to help the government lend their expertise and contribute to whatever is necessary for their services in government. Okay, so they are not receiving any pay. We are actually utilizing their talents and skills. They are serving the government because of their generosity and liberality. So we will not require them anymore to submit their SALN. Okay, so that's number one. Second, the laborers. No, the law is very specific that laborers are exempted from filing SALN. So therefore, only those with position title laborers are exempted. So if you are holding other positions, even if you are doing the same job, but if your position title is not laborer, you are not exempt. Those with position title laborers are the ones exempted from filing their SALN. Okay? And number three, the casual employees, casual or temporary workers. But actually, it's only the casual employees. The term temporary workers here was used by the law as another term for casual. No, it does not refer to temporary employees who are holding career positions, and they are considered temporary only because they do not have eligibility. Okay, so the temporary workers here do not refer to those kinds of temporary employees. No, the temporary as a terminology here was used as another term for casual. So therefore, there are only three exemptions: those who are serving in honorary capacity, those whose position titles are laborers, and those who are holding casual appointments. Okay, so we cannot add to this because these exemptions are provided by law. Okay, so we just have to follow what is written in the law. Now, so that talks about who should file and who are exempted. Now, next, when should we file? Let us talk about the period. When are we going to file the SALN? As I have said earlier, there are three kinds of SALN, no? So when do we file each kind of SALN? With respect to the entry SALN, the filing is within 30 days after assumption of office. Okay, so when you assume office, within 30 days, you have to file your SALN. That's the entry SALN. Now, if you're already working in government, okay, the filing of the SALN is an annual obligation. And the deadline in the agency level is on or before April 30. So that's the annual SALN. Okay? Now, do you have to file it exactly on April 30? We are advising agencies to internally adopt an earlier deadline so that they can all comply with the April 30 deadline. Okay? So, but that's the deadline set by law when it comes to the annual filing. Now, the third kind of SALN is the exit SALN, which should be filed within 30 days after separation from the service. Okay, so when you're already leaving the government, you will again have an obligation to file your SALN. So within 30 days from separation. So you can see, no, with these periods, the SALN also serves to monitor the accumulation of wealth of government people. How much is your net worth at the time you enter? How much is your net worth while you are working in government? And finally, how much is your net worth when you are already leaving the government? Okay, so this is an instrument to monitor the accumulation of our wealth as government workers. Okay, so that talks about the period. Now let's talk about the manner. So how do you file the SALN? Well, actually, there are two options, no? You either file jointly or separately. So what do we mean by that? You file jointly if you are married to another government official. You have that option, okay? That's why you can see in this provision, the option applies only when the spouses are both in government service. This is an option because you can also file separately. If you do not want a joint filing, then by all means, you can file separately, okay? But if you want to file your SALN jointly, para alam mo na, isang preparation na lang, tapos isang filing, that's also good, no? Provided both of you are working in government. Okay? Ngayon, yung number 2, mag-a-apply din yung option na jointly or separately if the filer has more than one wife, okay? But only one is working in government. So you have more than one wife, but only one of your wives is working in government, then you can exercise that option. Ang ibig sabihin, kung more than one, yung asawa mo na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno katulad mo, yung option na to will not be available anymore, no? So automatic, separate yon. But even if you have more than one wife, but only one is working in government, then the option is available to you. Okay? Kaya makikita nyo po dito sa susunod na slide, the declarant shall shade the not applicable box. Ibig sabihin, hindi available yung option na yon. If the declarant is single, naturally, no? Kanino ka makikipag-join kung single ka naman. If the declarant is married, but the spouse is not in government service, apparently your spouse is not working in government, wala kang ka-joint filing. Married but with more than one wife in government service. Okay? So again, kung more than wife ang iyong more than one ang iyong spouse, and more than one of them is working in government, you cannot exercise the option. Kailangan separate ang filing. Okay. Now, what are the existing laws on the SALN? Kanina, yung binanggit ko po kanina are the legal basis for our form, no? The current form that we are using now, as well as the new guidelines. But in reality, we have other laws, no, that mandate the filing of SALN. Unang-una na nga po dyan, yung 1987 Constitution of the Philippines. Maliwanag po dyan, no? That all government workers are being imposed, no, the duty to file their SALN on a regular basis. But aside from that, we have these laws, no? RA 3019 is our Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Meron din hong provision dyan ng SALN at in fact mahigpit nga po yung mga provisions dyan eh. At mas maraming information na hinihingi, no? But I will explain later bakit hindi siya nakikita sa form. Now, susunod yung RA 6713, which is incidentally the basis for the current form that we are using. EO 292 is the Administrative Code of 1987. Meron din pong provisions yan ng SALN. And also the Local Government Code, RA 7160, no? For people who are working in government, meron din hong provision dyan ng SALN. Ngayon, for your better information, ito po yung mga provisions ng mga different laws, no, that require the SALN. So sa RA 3019, you will see here a provision saying that requires a true, detailed, sworn statement of assets and liabilities, including a statement of the amounts and sources of income, the amounts of personal and family expenses, and the amount of income taxes paid for the next preceding calendar year. 3019 po yan. Sinabi ko nga kanina, mas mahigpit yung kanyang mga requirements. Sa AO 292, to submit a declaration under oath of his assets, liabilities, and net worth. 6713, ito na nga po yung basis natin. At sa 7160, that's the actual wording of the provisions. Okay? So in other words, marami ho tayong pwedeng pagbatayan, no, ng obligasyon natin na ito to annually to regularly submit our SALN. Now, on the part of the Civil Service Commission, the CSC was the one given by RA 6713 the obligation to issue the implementing rules and regulations of the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, which incidentally contains the provisions pertaining to the obligation to file SALN. And in relation to that, the CSC had actually issued a number of resolutions and circulars, no, pertaining to the SALN since way back. So 1989 pa, meron na po kaming mga issuances pertaining to SALN. Okay? So hindi ko na ho siya iisa-isahin, basta ang mahalaga, sa ngayon po, meron tayong bagong-bago na 2025 Omnibus Rules on the SALN. Now, what are included in the SALN? No? What can be found in the SALN? First, of course, is the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, no? As I have already explained. But it's not limited to that, no? Our SALN would also require us to disclose our financial connections or business interests. Okay? Alam niyo, it's not enough to declare how wealthy we are, no? We should also tell the public what are the sources of our other income kung meron man. Okay? Again, for complete transparency. And aside from that, look at bullet number 3. It also contains an obligation to identify our relatives in government within the 4th degree of consanguinity or affinity, which also include Bilas, Balae, and Inso. And these are requirements under RA 6713. Okay? And I think government people know the rationale for this, no? The prohibition against nepotism is very well spelled out in our existing rules, and therefore our SALN should show that. No, we must not be afraid to identify our relatives in government just to show that we are not committing any of those prohibitions, which may refer to hiring our relatives, no, who are also working in government. Okay. Now, pagdating naman po sa forms, marami na hong iba't ibang forms na na-issue, no? And let me discuss it a little bit. para hindi po kayo malito, no? Kasi one of the requirements to consider your submission as valid is the use of the proper form. So therefore, you should not use any other form. Meron hong mga nagtatanong kung yung 2025 form ay gagamitin na ba ngayon o kung pwede pang gamitin yung dating form kasi nasa transition naman. Actually, the rule now requires na for 2026 filing, ang gagamitin na po nating form ay yung 2025 form. Okay? Wala na ho kayong ibang form na gagamitin, kundi yung 2025 form. Okay? Yung sa transitory provision po, as we will discuss later, will apply, no? Doon sa mga nag-file ng entry SALN tsaka exit SALN last 2025. Yun, hindi na po natin yun babaguhin because anyway, those were filed in 2025. No? Pero yung magpa-file po ng SALN ngayong 2026, wala na pong ibang form na gagamitin, kundi 2025 SALN form. Okay? So ano ba yung reason kung bakit nagkaroon ng iba't ibang forms? Well, nung una pa po, no, nung lumabas yung 6713, meron na pong form and that was being regularly used by people working in government. And then this was revised in 1994 to make it more complete. Unfortunately, in one case involving a former a general, no, na nakasuhan po siya sa Sandigan Bayan because of non-declaration of assets, no, in the 1994 form. Ang sabi yun ng Sandigan Bayan doon, in acquitting the general, it's not the fault of the general that he missed to declare all those assets because the form itself did not require the declaration of those properties. In other words, if there is any deficiency here, it's the form. It's not the fault of the filer that that those properties were not reflected in the SALN. Okay? So, ang sabi ho ng commission at the time, let us follow the court. Let us revise, let us come up with a form that will contain all the necessary information about the accumulation of wealth of government officials and employees. Kaya ho nailabas yung 2008 baseline declaration form and annual declaration form. Yun nga lang, masyado naman pong mahigpit. Napakaraming hinihinging information ng 2008 baseline declaration form to the point na karamihan po sa mga government people nagrereklamo dyan na masyado raw cumbersome kasi mahirap pilapan. Pero ang kagandahan naman ng 2008 baseline declaration form, kapag natapos mo yung mahirap na form, yung susunod na taon, puro annual declaration form na lang na madali namang gawin. Kasi kung halimbawa, wala namang pagbabago sa iyong SALN, no, or net worth, i-declare mo lang sa form na walang pagbabago, no? Wala kang bagong acquisitions, etc. So annual declaration na lang 'yun. Mas madali. But it was also declared as not valid because under the law, what is required is an annual complete declaration of assets, liabilities, and net worth. Okay? Kaya binago po yung 2008 form, we introduced the 2011 form. Okay, ngayon, ito pong 2011 form, we tried to include here the requirements under RA 3019. Kung natatandaan nyo yung diniscuss ko kanina, under 3019, no, kasamang inire-require sa SALN yung personal and family expenses, sources of income, at saka income taxes paid. Among others, no? So aside from the requirements na nakikita natin ngayon, yung tatlong ito ni-require natin sa 2011 SALN form. And again, this generated a lot of oppositions from different sectors, including our legislators, no? So sabi masyado naman daw nakikialam, no, sa buhay ng mga government people. And besides, mahirap pilapan. This will not encourage filing of SALN kasi nga masyadong cumbersome. Okay? So, anong nangyari? That form was again deferred. We came up with a new version, the 2013 revised SALN form, where we removed the requirements under RA 3019. Okay? Pero, ginawa naming basis na yung RA 6713 na lang. Wala na yung 3019. Okay? Pero nagkaroon pa rin po ng problema sa 2013 revised SALN form kasi merong another general, no, na nag-declare ng property niya diyan. Pero yung location ng property na yon inilagay niya lang na very generic, nilagay province of Nueva Ecija. When our friends from the media tried to locate the property, kasi naging medyo controversial siya, hindi nila makita kasi malawak pala po yung Nueva Ecija. So that's why some of them suggested na pwede bang i-require sa SALN na dapat exact location yung ilagay. And that's the reason why the Commission again came up with a new form, the 2015 revised SALN form, na ang pagbabago lang na inintroduce ay yung specific location of real property. Okay? So yan na po yung dating form na ginagamit natin, yung immediate, yung 2015. Well, until yung mga members po ng Interagency TWG, well, again, let me inform everyone na yun pong ating SALN rules at saka SALN form is a product of collaboration, no, among different agencies, which formed themselves as Interagency TWG on SALN. At in one meeting way back, no, nagkasundo po sila na mag-introduce ng mga pagbabago sa SALN because there were clamor, no, coming from our fellow public servants na i-revisit yung some of the provisions of the guidelines as well as some of the portions of the form. And accordingly, in response to those requests, ni-review po yung guidelines, ni-review yung form, at ang resulta nga po ay itong 2025 SALN guidelines and SALN form. Okay? Kaya again, ang gagamitin na po natin sa pag-file ng ating SALN for those who are filing, no, ngayong taon na to ay yung 2025 SALN form. At ito po yung itsura ng ating SALN form. Okay? So sa isang tingin, no, ito po yung magiging itsura niya. Now, hindi ho cast in stone, no, yung appearance nito. Okay? Kung mapapansin niyo po doon sa unahan, wala na hong address, di ba? Tapos may dalawang linya pa. Napagkasunduan po kasi doon sa Interagency TWG, no, na alisin po yung address, no, as a requirement for declaration. Kasi unang-una, it's not required under the law. At pangalawa, nagiging subject po siya ng request for reduction because of data privacy concern. Okay? So, inalis po yung address, but you can see merong lines po na naiwan doon. Kasi inalis yun, pero hindi ibig sabihin ay pinagbabawalan kayong ilagay. Kung gusto nyong ilagay, dilagyan nyo. Okay? Ngayon, kung hindi naman kayo inclined na ilagay yung address nyo, pwede nyo na hong hindi lagyan. No? And for those who are downloading this, pwede nyo na hong alisin yung linya na yan, no? If you are not indicating your address. Kung hindi nyo naman naalisin yung linya na yan, dahil linya yan, di ba? Sa rule natin, dapat no lines will be left unfilled, lalagyan nyo po ng not applicable yan. Okay? So, ganun po kaluwag. So, it's not cast in stone. Basta ang mahalaga po kasi sa SALN, yung declaration na tama, no, ng ating assets, liabilities, and net worth. Yung form, we adopt a certain degree of liberality. Okay? Anyway, pag-uusapan po natin yan, bawat isang portion ng form na yan as we go along. Okay, so the 2025 SALN form contains the following, no? The basic information, the children, the assets, real property and personal property, the liabilities, business interests and financial connections, relatives in government, waiver and certification, the signature portion, the oath of office, as well as the use of additional sheets. Okay? So lahat po ito makikita natin sa ating SALN form. Okay, meron pong additional sheets. Ang additional sheets po ay pinoprovide if the original sheet does not have enough space to accommodate all your declarations, then you can use the additional sheet. The other use of additional sheet is for the declaration of the properties that belong to your children or to your spouse. Okay? Madali naman po yung gamitin. Susundan nyo lang. Okay, so what are the changes in the SALN form? The declarations on amount and sources of income, amount of personal and family expenses, and amount of income taxes paid were removed. Yung pong nasa 2011 na requirement, again, inalis na po natin yun. The declaration of the nature of real properties was also removed. Yung pong nature, yung conjugal, absolute community, etc., inalis na ho natin yung ganun, no? Kasi merong mga nagrereklamo na they don't easily understand that, especially those who have no background in law. Okay, so inalis na po natin yun for easy declaration. Personal properties no longer have to be distinguished as tangible and intangible. Again, medyo technical po yan, kaya inalis na po natin yan para hindi maging mahirap sa ating mga filers. Additional space for declarants with more than one wife was provided. Now you can see that in the new form. And footnotes provided as reference of declarants. No? As reference, when you are filling out the 2025 form, you can see footnotes that will guide you further in the filling out of your SALN. Let's go to the basic information. So ito po yung makikita sa basic information ng SALN. Kung mapapansin niyo po sa taas, nakalagay diyan as required by RA 6713, this only emphasizes that the only law that we are using as basis for the form is RA 6713. This is despite the existence of other laws, But for purposes of the form, it is only RA 6713. Yung first box diyan, assumption of office as of, referring to the entry SALN. Yung second, yung annual filing, kaya as of December 31. At yung third, exit as of. So ano po ang ini-imply niyan? Ang ini-imply po niyan ay meron pong different cut-off dates. Yung properties na i-declare natin sa SALN, depende sa SALN na ipa-file. So if you are a new entrant to the government service, o kaya naman, dati ka nang nasa government pero magre-re-employ ka, you have to submit an entry SALN. And the cut-off for that will be all your properties or your net worth as of the time that you assume office. Okay, I hope that's not confusing. So kung halimbawa, nag-assume ka ngayon, January, yung SALN mo, ang cut-off nun ay yung date na nag-assume ka. Kasi that will reflect how much is your net worth when you assume your position in government service. Okay? Ngayon, kung dati ka nang nasa gobyerno, ang cut-off ng iyong declaration ay December 31 of the previous year. Okay? Kasi for purposes of annual filing, ang idinideclare po natin ay yung kabuuang net worth natin noong nakaraang taon. That's why it's as of December 31 of the previous year. Okay? Ngayon, yung exit SALN naman po, ang cut-off niyan ay yung accumulated property mo as of the time that you are leaving the government. So magkakaiba po yung cut-off date. And you can see, because of the different cut-off dates, namomonitor po yung accumulation of wealth. From the time you enter, at the time that you are working in government, up to the time that you are leaving the government. Okay? So different cut-off po yan, yung periods natin. Please remember that. Now, sa declarant, yung of course, your family name, your first name, middle initial, And position, agency office, office address, mga self-explanatory naman po yan. May dalawang lines po dyan that was originally intended for address, pero hindi na nga po mandatory yung address. Kung you are not inclined to indicate your address, pwede nyo na pong alisin yan, no? Okay, then the spouse, and then the position, agency office, office address. Mamaya meron no tayong provision pertaining to the spouse, no? Spouses who are both public officials or employees may file their SALN jointly or separately, and the declarant shall check the appropriate box. Ayan po, nakalagay, joint filing, separate filing, and not applicable. If with multiple marriages, indicate the name of the spouses. Otherwise, check the not applicable box. Ibig sabihin, kung wala ka namang multiple marriages, edi ilagay mo not applicable. Pero kahit chinek mo na yung not applicable, lagyan mo pa rin ng NA yung mga blanks dyan. Kasi po meron tayong rule na lahat ng blanks dapat hindi pwedeng maiwan na unfilled. Okay? Now, pagdating sa children, unmarried children below 18 years of age living in declarant's household, ang i-declare lang po natin ay unmarried children below 18 years of age. So, kung ang anak mo ay 18 years old na pataas, hindi nyo na kailangang i-declare dyan. Okay? So, unmarried children, tsaka unmarried children below 18 years of age. Well, sa panahon natin ngayon, under the law, hindi naman pwedeng magpakasal kapag below 18, hindi ba? But anyway, yan po kasi yung eksaktong wording ng batas. Kaya ganyan po yung pagkakalagay niyan. Unmarried children below 18 years of age, yun lang po yung ilalagay nyo sa inyong basic information sa SALN. Okay? Now, still when to file na banggit ko na kanina, no? So, the entry SALN, the annual SALN, and the exit SALN. Or otherwise, assumption, annual, and separation. Regardless of how you call it, ganun pa rin naman yung ibig sabihin nun. Okay? Ngayon, yung second bullet, this is very important. Kasi may mga nagtatanong, halimbawang nakapag-file ako ng entry SALN kasi because I assumed office, for example, in January, do I still need to file an annual SALN by April 30? Okay? So the answer to that is no more. There is no need, no, to submit an annual SALN kung first time entrant ka sa government service. Okay? So public officials and employees who assume their office in a given year shall no longer be required to comply with the annual filing of the SALN in the year of assumption of office. Why? I think the reason is obvious, no? Ang cut-off ng assumption SALN o entry SALN ay yung time na nag-assume ka. So kung nag-assume ka ng January, for example, January ngayon, no, ang ilalagay mo na cut-off doon ng property mo ay January. Kung ngayong araw ka nag-assume, today is January 23, ang cut-off ng declaration mo ay January 23. So lahat ng iyong net worth, okay, ng January 23, i-declare mo sa iyong entry SALN. Yung annual SALN, ang cut-off nun, December 31 eh. Ibig sabihin, covered na yun. So, hindi mo na kailangang mag-file, no, ng annual SALN, no, kapag first time entrant ka sa government service. Okay? So, yan lang po yung ibig sabihin ng ating second bullet. Kapag bagong assume ka, isang SALN lang ang ifa-file mo. Now, it's a different story kung paalis ka na. Okay? Kasi kung paalis ka na, unless umalis ka mas maaga sa April 30, but if your separation is after April 30, you still need to file an exit SALN. Why? Because there is always a possibility that your net worth will change, no? Within any given period. Maski isang araw lang yung pagitan, pwedeng magbago yung net worth mo eh. Di ba? Okay, lalo na kung medyo matagal, 1 buwan, 2 buwan. Because of many possible developments. No? Kaya kung exit SALN yan, Okay? Aside from the annual SALN, at nag-exit ka after that, magpapile ka pa rin ng panibagong SALN. Pero kung ang exit mo ay before April 30, again, hindi na. Kasi hindi ka naman umabot doon sa deadline. Okay? So I hope that's not confusing. Anyway, if you have questions about that, you can ask the question later, no? At kung gusto niyo nang itanong ngayon yan, you can already ask the question because we have lawyers from the Office for Legal Affairs who will be ready to answer all your questions, no? Even in the middle of our discussion. Now, let's talk about re-entry to government service. The re-entry of any public official or employee to government service, such as the re-election of officials and re-employment, shall be considered as another assumption of office. So the question here is, do I need to file a new SALN if I will return to the government or if I will go back to the government after a gap in the service? Meaning, momentarily, you sever your ties with the government and then you decided to go back to the government service. So in your re-entry, do you need to file a SALN? The answer is yes. That is a new assumption. Okay? Yeah, and that is covered by this provision. So it will be considered as another assumption of office. Therefore, you need to file your entry SALN again. Okay? Take note that re-employment presupposes a gap in the service. So it only happens when there is a gap in the service. Thus, all personnel movements which do not result in a gap in the service are excluded from this provision. So even if you have new assumption but there was no severance of ties from the government, there is no need to file another SALN. So for example, if you are transferred to another agency, that is a new assumption. You are assuming a new office and another agency. Are you required to file a new SALN because you are transferring to another agency? No more. You can use the SALN that you filed in your previous agency for purposes of compliance. Okay, why? Because you never left the service. There is no gap in the service. Okay? With more reason that applies to those who did not leave the service. For example, if you are promoted, okay, or demoted, you are issued new appointments and you will be required to make new assumptions in your offices. But since there is no gap in the service, there is no need to execute another SALN. Okay? Again, the execution of another SALN for those who are going back to the government only happens if there is a gap in the service, if there is re-entry or re-employment. Other than that, if there is no gap, there is no need to execute another SALN. Okay? So I hope that's also clear. Okay, let us talk about joint and separate filing of assets. No, spouses shall declare all their assets, including parapernal and capital properties, business interests, and financial connections. In case of joint filing po yan, no? So, when you decide to jointly file your SALN, you are both in government, all your properties will have to be included in one SALN, whether parapernal or capital. Of course, you know the meaning of parapernal. These are the exclusive properties of the wife, no? Capital properties are the exclusive properties of the husband. Okay? So all of them will have to be included in your filing, as well as in the computation of your net worth. Now, in case of separate filing, the declaration of the exclusive property of the spouse is not required. This is an offshoot of a Supreme Court decision, no? The case of Babano versus the Executive Secretary, where the Supreme Court declared that there is no mandatory obligation on the part of the filer to declare in his own SALN the exclusive property of his or her spouse because he has nothing to do with that. Okay? So, Supreme Court po yun. So, we have to follow that. At ang sinasabi po doon, kung exclusive property, hindi mandatory yung declaration. But of course, if you want to be fully transparent about the declaration of your assets, what's wrong about declaring the properties of your spouse, even if those properties are exclusive to him or to her, no? Using the additional sheets. But if you don't feel like declaring them, it's good, no? It's also legal because it has a backing by way of a Supreme Court decision. Now, for purposes of computation of net worth, for separate filing, you don't include in the computation of your net worth the parapernal or capital properties, no? Meaning the exclusive properties of your spouse, for the simple reason that those properties do not belong to you. Separate filing kayo, di ba? In the computation of your own assets, you only compute your own assets. You don't include in the computation the separate properties of your spouse. But when it comes to joint filing, you have to compute everything, including parapernal or capital properties. Okay? And for your convenience, additional sheet forms are given, no? In case the original form cannot accommodate all the properties that you will declare. Okay, let's continue. Spouses who are public officials or employees but separated in fact or legally separated are still considered to have marriage bonds. They shall have the option to file their SAL-N jointly or separately. Ito naman po ay paglilinaw lang because there were questions in the past, no, that were asked about this. Kung magkahiwalay daw sila pero wala namang annulment, so separated in fact, can they still file their SAL-N jointly? Yes, they can exercise the option. Why? Because in the eyes of the law, they are still married, di ba? So therefore, they still have the right to exercise that option. Okay? Pero of course, kung ayaw nila, option nga yun, di separate SAL-N. In case the declarant is single, hindi mag-a-apply yung option, no? Married but whose spouse is not in government service, widowed, divorced under the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines, and those whose marriages were legally annulled or declared annulity under the Family Code of the Philippines. Of course, this is not applicable anymore. And to add to that, no, kung if you have more than one wife and more than one of them is in government, this option is also not available because that will require automatically a separate filing of SAL-N. Yeah, so that's in section 11. So in case the declarant has more than one wife, as allowed under existing laws, he shall file his SAL-N separately if more than one wife is a public official or employee. In case only one wife is a public official or employee, the declarant shall have the option to jointly or separately file the SAL-N. In addition to the declarations required under these rules, the declarant shall also declare the names of his wives. So, maliwanag po, if more than one wife is in government, you cannot exercise the option. Automatically, you have to file a separate SAL-N. But even if you have more than one wife, but only one wife is in government, then the option is available to you. Okay? Now, if the declarant is the wife of a public official or employee who has more than one wife, she shall separately file the SAL-N kung, okay, yung sa more than one wife, ay more than one of them is also in government. Okay, kung ikaw naman yung asawa, no? At yung asawa mo may ibang asawa pa, who is also working in government, hindi ka pwedeng makipag-join. Okay? So automatic, that's a separate filing of SAL-N. Okay, name of declarant spouse. The declarant shall provide the name of his spouse. Okay, however, the declarant is not required to disclose the spouse or spouse's job title, office, and office address, except when the spouse is also a public official or employee. So ito po ay isa ring pagbabago. Dati-rati, maski private yung asawa mo, mandatory na i-disclose mo doon yung kanyang office address, tsaka yung position niya doon sa private company. In these new guidelines, kung ang asawa mo is not in government, hindi na mandatory na i-disclose yung kanyang job title, office, and office address. Kung ayaw mong i-disclose, hindi ka pipilitin. Okay? But if your spouse is also in government, then you will have to make that declaration. The children must provide the information, the declarant must provide the information required for the declarant's unmarried children below 18 years of age and living in his or her household, whether legitimate or illegitimate. No? So this answers that nagging question before. Will it apply even if the child is illegitimate? The answer is yes. So the law does not qualify, so we cannot qualify. Okay, so whether legitimate or illegitimate, if your child is under 18 years of age, you have to name that child, no, in your SALN. The children referred to above shall be considered living in the declarant's household, regardless of whether the child is physically present in the household or not, as long as the said child is dependent on the declarant for support. So ibig sabihin, even if the child is not physically living in your household, but that child is wholly dependent on you for support, you will have to name that child, okay, in your SALN. Okay. Now look at this provision. No, this is also new. The change of civil status of the declarant after the following dates of submission of the SALN shall not affect the declaration of the properties. Ang ibig sabihin, no, bigla ka nag-asawa after you file your SALN. So yung pag-aasawa mo will no longer affect the declaration that you made prior to your marriage. O kaya naman, kung bigla kang nawala ng asawa, no, after the declaration, it will not affect anymore the declaration that you previously made. Okay, yan lang po ibig sabihin yan. So, ano yung hindi maapektuhan? The date of assumption for the declarant entering government service. Halimbawa, pumasok ka sa gobyerno ng January, single ka, nung pala pagdating ng February, mag-aasawa ka. So, di ba, mag-iiba yung properties mo in the sense na because of the absolute community property, pati yung properties ng asawa mo, magiging properties mo na yun di ba? Okay? Now, was it wrong na hindi mo na-declare yun in the SALN that you previously declared prior to your marriage? No. Because again, this provision states that it will not affect the declaration of your properties, okay, prior to the change of your civil status. December 31 of the preceding year for the annual filing by the declarant and the date of separation for the declarant leaving government service. So sa tatlo pong yan, yung tatlong kinds ng SALN, kung nagkaroon ng pagbabago ng civil status after you submit your SALN, it will not affect the declaration of your properties. Okay. Sige, so I hope we have made clear, no, all those preliminaries, no, about the declaration. Take note, preliminaries lang po yun, no. We answered some of the questions that were usually asked, no, on SALN, no, based on the previous rule and the previous form. And of course, we're hoping we have addressed them. Now let's go to assets declaration, no. And when we talk about assets, there are only two kinds naman real property and personal property. Okay? For purposes of assets declaration, ang real property po, description, classification, location, and acquisition details, no, ay naliwanag po sa ating rules. Ang personal property, referring to jewelry, appliances, vehicles, investments, cash, stocks, bonds, memorial, pre-need plans, inherited and co-owned properties must be declared. Lahat po ito, no, nakapaloob doon sa ating rules on assets declaration for both real property and personal property. First, let us take up real properties. Ano ba yung mga real properties? Of course, for lawyers, no, and for those with legal background, they know this very well. Real properties are properties which are immovable by nature. Ito po yung mga ari-arian na hindi natitinag. Okay? They remain in one place. Kaya ang lupa, real property yan because immovable. Kahit sabihin natin na minsan gumagalaw yan pag may lindol. No, no, hindi ho ganun kaliteral yan. Properties which are immovable by nature because they stay in one place. Yun po yung mga real properties. Ngayon, kapag yung real properties na yan, nilagyan mo ng another property which has the intention of making it permanent, magiging real property din yun. Kaya yung mga bahay na itinayo sa lupa, real property din yun. Okay? So improvements attached or introduced to the immovable are also real properties. All works that are constructed or introduced to the land or repairs or improvements made to the land or building after its initial acquisition are real properties. Nagpagawa ka ng garahe sa iyong bahay, real property. Okay? At ang real properties po may be declared separately or jointly together with the land to which it is attached. Okay? Sige, more on real properties. What should be declared as real property? Okay. Titled properties. These are properties that are registered under your name. So if you're the declarant and you have a title to the property, the presumption is that you own the property. So therefore, you have to declare that as a property. So, kung meron kang TCT doon sa property na yan, sa iyo yan, no? Yun hong ating mga columbary, memorial lots. Mga real properties din po yan, immovable. Kung meron yan, nasa pangalan mo yan, properties mo yan because those are titled properties. Okay? Now, acquired properties. Sometimes, even if you do not have the title yet, no, but the property has already been conveyed to you, or the ownership of the property was already conveyed to you through the execution of a proper instrument, such as a deed of sale. Ang tawag po doon ay acquired properties, no? For as long as there is already an instrument that will show the conveyance of the property to you, even if you do not have a title yet, that property already belongs to you and you have to declare that in your SALN. Acquired properties po yun. So those covered by an executed deed of sale, deed of donation, or subject of an extrajudicial settlement. Kasi in reality, hindi agad naaayos yan. So halimbawa, nagkaroon kayo ng deed of sale. It will take time before the property is titled in your name. Hindi ba? Kasi marami pang inaayos. Pero habang wala pang title, hindi mo pa ba pwedeng sabihin na sa'yo yan? Sa'yo na yan because of the instrument that was executed to transfer the property to you or the ownership of the property to you. It has been conveyed. Okay, ganun din po yung deed of donation, dinonate sa'yo. It takes effect upon the effectivity of that deed, even if you do not have a title yet. Okay? Now, third bullet, inheritance. Under the law, naka-specify po doon when does your right to inherit begin. So kung halimbawa namatay yung parents, automatically, no, you will inherit the properties belonging to your parents. So even if the property is not yet titled to you, but your inheritance already starts, then that property is already given to you by operation of law. So therefore, you already have to declare that in your SALN. Okay? So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin, wala pa naman sa akin yung titulo, kahit na inheritance yan eh. Wala na yung mga magulang mo. Therefore, sa'yo na yan. So you have to declare that. Buhay pa yung mga magulang mo. Sobra ka naman, no? Masyado kang assuming. Kung buhay pa yung mga magulang mo, hindi mo pa ma-inherit yun. Okay? Ang right mo doon is the right to expect, the right of expectancy. But right of expectancy is not equivalent to ownership. Aasa ka lang muna. So hindi po yun yung ibig sabihin dyan. Inheritance would mean that your right to inherit the property, no? Already starts dahil by operation of law. Halimbawa nga nawala na yung mga magulang mo. Okay? So I hope these provisions are clear. Now, what about conveyed property? Ito na nga po yun. No? The real property of the declarant, the spouse or unmarried children below 18 years of age, living in the declarant's household, already conveyed to another person through a deed of absolute sale or perfected donation, even if not yet registered under that person's name, shall not be declared anymore in the SALN. Okay? So, continuation lang po ito nung pagpapaliwanag kanina. Ha? Di ba, sabi natin kanina, even if the property is not yet titled in your name, but has been conveyed to you through the proper instruments such as deed of sale or deed of donation, sa'yo na yon, maski wala ka pang title. Conversely, okay, kung yung property previously belongs to you pero naibenta mo na, no, through a deed of sale or naipamigay mo through a perfected donation, pero hindi pa nakarehistro dun sa taong bumili o pinagbigyan mo, hindi na sa'yo yun. You have already conveyed that property through the execution of those instruments. Therefore, you should not include that anymore in your declaration in the SALN. Okay? Because that property ceases to be yours when you executed those documents. Okay? So I hope that's clear. Huh? Anyway, if there are questions about this, we'll be answering that later. So ito po yung portion pertaining to the real properties. Kung makikita nyo, it starts with description, lot, house and lot, condominium and improvements, residential, commercial, industrial, mixed. Yung exact location po dito, hindi kailangan kumpletong address. No? Nakalagay sa guidelines. It is sufficient na ilagay nyo yung location where the property can be easily located. So hindi po kailangan exactong address. But if you want to put the exact address of the property, that is very well acceptable. Assessed value, current fair market value, the acquisition in the year and mode, as well as the acquisition cost. Okay? So ito yung makikita yung portion nung SALN, no, pertaining to real property. Noong 2015, the required declaration of location of real property was clarified. In the new rules, it was further clarified, no, that it may be declared in a manner by which the said property may be easily located, such as but not limited to barangay for agricultural lands. Well, alam niyo po, despite the advancement of technology in our country, meron pa rin hong mga lugar, no, dito sa ating bayan na yung mga addresses walang number, no, barangay lang yung address nila, but still they can be located, no, yun. Okay, so in recognition of that reality, nilagay ho natin ito as part of the rules. For as long as it may be easily located, such as but not limited to barangay for agricultural lands and street or name of subdivision for residential properties. Okay? Sige, so dun sa mga members po ng RCC, kahit hindi po complete yung address na nilagay, for as long as the declaration may lead to the easy location of the property, tatanggapin po natin yun as a valid declaration. Okay, let's talk about the assessed value and fair market value. Now, we still maintain the provision that for purposes of declaring the assessed value and fair market value of the property, we have to use the amount that is indicated in the tax declaration, no? Based on the amount as indicated in the latest available tax declaration of the property. Maliwanag naman po yung basis nito, no? Kasi ito na po yung official valuation ng ating property. No? Hindi nyo na kailangang manghula. Kaya para meron kayong pinagbabasihan sa i-declare yung assessed value and fair market value, dapat nagbabayad kayo ng real property tax at meron kayong tax declaration of real property. Kokopyahin nyo na lang yan. Kokopyahin nyo na lang. Ngayon, meron tayong mga bagong provisions dito. Kasi in the past, no, meron hong mga nagsasabi na hindi available yung kanilang tax declaration. For some reasons, nagbabayad naman sila ng taxes but they do not have tax declarations. No? And when we made some verification, it appears that there are really situations like that. So we included this provision. Paano kung walang tax declaration? Paano mo i-declare ngayon yung fair market value at saka assessed value? In case the tax declaration is not readily available to the declarant, the spouse, and the children, the assessed and fair market value may be based on other government sources or means, such as but not limited to information obtained from the assessor's office of the local government having jurisdiction over the real property concerned. So in other words, kung walang tax declaration, then magpupunta tayo sa ibang paraan kung saan makakakuha tayo ng official declaration from the government as to the assessed value and fair market value of the property. Okay? Again, mag-a-apply lang po yan kung walang tax declaration. Ngayon, if your property inherently doesn't have any tax declaration, talagang wala, talagang hindi siya ini-issue ng tax declaration, ang ilalagay nyo sa inyong column pertaining to assessed value and fair market value ay NA or not applicable. Okay? So yan po yung second paragraph ng section 21. In case there is no tax declaration for the property, such as memorial lots, columbarium units, the declarant shall indicate not applicable or NA for the assessed and fair market value of the property. Okay? So again, ang basic source po natin ng assessed value tsaka fair market value ay tax declaration. Pag walang tax declaration, we should go to other sources or other means, no, where we can obtain from the government the accurate assessed value and fair market value of the property. But if inherently the real property doesn't have any tax declaration, then that column pertaining to assessed value and fair market value, ang ilalagay po natin ay not applicable or NA. So in case the latest available tax deck, let me call it that tax deck para mas maiksi, no, does not indicate the market value, the declarant shall base the market value on other government sources, such as but not limited to market value as inquired with the assessor's office or the zonal value issued by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Bakit po may ganito? Meron din ho nagparating sa amin ng situation na yung kanilang tax declaration ay walang nakalagay na fair market value of the property. So in situations like that, no, assuming it really happens, kailangan we source it from other available information coming from the appropriate government office, the assessor's office, or the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Okay, let's go to acquisition year and the mode of acquisition, no? Yan. Di ba nakikita din po natin sa form yan, no? So ano yung mga rule dito? Sa acquisition cost, ano yung ilalagay natin sa acquisition cost? It refers to the amount of money that you pay to acquire or own something. And that is constant. Hindi ho nagbabago yun. Regardless of the appreciation or depreciation of the property, ang ilalagay po nating acquisition cost ay kung magkano natin nakuha yon, no, when we first acquired it, no. So kung halimbawa a parcel of land, no, na nakuha mo 10 years ago, no, sa halagang 1,000 pesos per square meter. Okay? Ang kabuuan ngayon, nagbayad ka ng 300,000. Pero after 10 years, masyado nang lumago yung lugar, no? Nag-appraise na yung halaga ng real property in that place. Yung dating 1,000 per square meter ay 20,000 per square meter na ngayon. Now, if you are declaring in your SALN the acquisition cost of that property, ano yung i-declare mo? Yung presyo ngayon ng lupa o yung pagkakabili mo 10 years ago? The answer is you will still declare the amount of money that you paid to acquire that property. And that was the amount of money 10 years ago. Bakit? Yun lang naman talaga yung acquisition cost, no? Binili mo siya noon, wala namang appreciation. Okay? So kung magkano mo siya nabili, yun din yung acquisition cost. At hindi po nagbabago yun. Okay. Ngayon, sabi ng iba, bago na po sa akin yan, ang dami kong binayaran. Nagbayad ako ng taxes, nagbayad ako ng documentary stamps tax, nagpanotaryo ko, etc. Well, those are not part of the acquisition cost. No? Those are costs for other procedural requirements. But the acquisition cost is the cost that is contained in the document that evidence your acquisition of the property. So kung deed of sale yan, kung ano yung nakalagay na cost sa deed of sale, yun yung iyong acquisition cost at hindi dapat magbabago yun. It is constant regardless of the time that has lapsed. Okay? Okay, so it may refer also to the amount of expenses incurred for improvements introduced on the real property, including cost of labor and materials. Yung iba ho kasi nagtatanong, hindi ko naman nabili yung bahay, ako nagpatayo. Di ba? So ano yung ilalagay ko na acquisition cost? E di kung magkano yung nagastos mo sa pagpapatayo ng bahay. At ano po yun? Kung magkano yun, again, constant yun. It will not change. But if the property is received gratuitously, meaning wala kang binayad, it was donated to you, o kaya it was an inheritance, namana mo yan, o napanalunan mo, wala kang binayad para ma-acquire mo yung property, the acquisition cost is zero. Kahit malaking property pa yan, kung wala kang ginastos to acquire that property, your acquisition cost is zero. Okay? So I hope that's clear. Okay, now how do you declare properties which are co-owned? Halimbawa, nag-inherit ka ng property, marami kayong magkakapatid, co-owners kayo, di ba? O kaya naman, meron ka talagang property na pag-aari mo pero dalawa kayong may-ari niyan. Will you declare that property? Yes, but you only disclose that portion that belongs to you. Okay? The proportionate amount of share in the property. So kung 8 kayo sa lupa, 1/8 of that property, dapat ilalagay mo yun sa SALN, belongs to you. Kasi 8 pala kayong maghahati. Okay. Now, how about properties which are subject of a contract to sell? So ito maganda ring i-clarify ha. When the instrument executed is a mere contract to sell, there is no conveyance of property. When we say contract to sell, it merely shows that the owner of the property is ready to sell the property to the buyer when all the conditions are complied with. So what does it mean? It means that if the instrument executed is a mere contract to sell, there is no conveyance of ownership of the property. So therefore, kung ang hawak mong papeles ay contract to sell, the property does not belong to you yet. So you should not include that in your SALN. Instead, what you will write in your SALN is the amount of money that you already paid with respect to that particular property. And you have to indicate that in the column for personal property. Bakit? Because you have no ownership over the property yet. So tingnan niyo po yung hawak niyong dokumento. Yung iba may mga bahay na dyan, pero nag-obtain sila ng loan agreement doon mismo sa developer. And normally ang developer, ang ini-issue nila contract to sell. Okay? Para kapag hindi ka nakabayad, kukunin agad nila yung, ika-cancel nila agad yung transaction ninyo. Okay? So if it is a mere contract to sell, you don't own the property. And because you're not the owner, you need not declare that, or you should not declare that in your SALN. But your interest over that property would pertain to the amount of money that you already paid. Kaya yung amount of money na yun yung i-declare mo sa iyong SALN in the column for personal property. Ngayon, ano naman itong mortgage property? Pagdating sa mortgage property, ibig sabihin, na-acquire mo na yung property. Kaya lang, may utang ka, no? Therefore, yung title mismo sa property ay nakasanla doon sa pinagkautangan mo. So this happens kung halimbawa bibili ka ng real property pero wala kang enough na cash. Mangungutang ka ngayon sa mga financial institutions, sa bangko, sa Pag-ibig, sa GSIS, no? Kung merong ganon, no? Housing loan. Ang gagawin nila, babayaran nila yung property ng buo doon sa seller in your name. So dahil binayaran na yon in your name, nagkaroon ng conveyance ng ownership in your favor. Kasi binayaran na sa pangalan mo eh. Pero dahil may utang ka, yung property na yun nakasanla doon sa pinagkautangan mo. So therefore, ang question, sa iyo ba yung property? I-declare mo ba yon sa iyong salin? The answer is yes, because that property belongs to you. Binayaran na nga yun in your name eh. So it's already your property. You have to declare that in your salin. Okay? And the actual purchase price is the acquisition cost. Kung magkano yung nakalagay sa deed of sale, yun ang ilalagay mo na acquisition cost. Pero dahil may utang ka, di ba? Kaya naka-mortgage yan, may utang ka eh. Yung amount ng utang mo should appear in the liability column of your salin. Okay? And that must change every year. Kung nagbabayad ka, lumiliit yun eh. Okay? Every year magbabago, di ba? Pero kung hindi ka nagbabayad, magbabago din yun, lalaki rin yun. Because of the interest that the financial institution usually imposes kapag ka hindi nakakabayad ng utang, yung nangutang sa kanila. Okay? So I hope these are clear, ha? In the past, napapaliwanag na rin naman natin ito. But for those who are first-time fighters of SALN, please don't get confused with this, ha? Mahalaga pong malaman natin ito so that we will know what to declare and not to declare in our SALN. So ito po yung kaibahan ng contract to sell at saka deed of sale. I think na paliwanag na po natin ang gusto yan. So therefore, okay na, hindi na natin po i-discuss. Okay. Now, we will now go to personal properties. But as I look at my watch, it's 3:15. And palagay ko kailangan po nating magpahinga muna, no? Mga 10 minutes before we resume our session. Okay? So wag po kayong bibitaw. I will be back after 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much po, Ascom Ariel, for that very comprehensive discussion of the part 1, no? So part 1 pa lang po ito ng ating session this afternoon. So muli, we have already reached the halfway point of our program. So to have a quick breather, we will have a 10-minute health break. We will see you after 10 minutes. Maraming salamat po. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are glad to see you again, and we hope that you have made the most out of that short break. Just a few reminders lang po before I give back the virtual floor to Ask Mariel. For those who have topic-related questions, please type them in the Q&A box or in the comment section for our FB Live viewers. Meron po tayong mga panelists who will be answering your questions po. And also, please accomplish the attendance shared in the Zoom chat box for Zoom participants and in the comment section for FB viewers. The copy of ASCOM Ronquillo's presentation po will be emailed to the address you provided in the attendance form. So, importante po na makapag-accomplish kayo ng attendance ninyo para mailag po ninyo yung email address where you will receive the copy of ASCOM Ariel's presentation this afternoon. All right? So maraming salamat po. I will now turn back the virtual floor to ASCOM Ariel for the continuation of his session. ASCOM, the floor is now yours po.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jing. And let us now go back to our session. So we have just finished discussing the portion of the SALN pertaining to real properties. Now let us go to the other kind, the personal properties, as you can see on the screen. Okay, if the real properties are immovable, in contrast, personal properties are movable properties. No? Sa Tagalog, ito po yung ari-arian na gumagalaw, nalilipat. No? They don't stay in one place. Okay? So this refers to those movables susceptible of appropriation or all things which can be transported from place to place without impairment of the real property where they are fixed. That is the exact provision of the new Civil Code of the Philippines. Now, pagdating po sa personal properties, yung column po ay mas simple. Kasi hindi po nire-require na iisa-isahin yung pag-declare ng personal properties. No, pwede pong magkakasama yan, pwedeng collective declaration. Ang dahilan naman po niyan kasi napakarami yung personal properties, di ba? Damit, gadgets, kung ano-ano pa, no? Gamit sa bahay, appliances, etc. Pag inisa-isa po yun, kulang yung form, masyado pong mahaba. That's why the form allows a collective declaration of the personal properties as well as the collective declaration as to when it was acquired. No? Yung year acquired, pwede pong i-estimate lang or maglagay kayo ng a certain period. No? It was acquired from this period, for example, from 1990 to year 2020. Pwede yung ganun, no? Range. Bakit? Kasi nga ganun siya karami at hindi natin maisa-isa. Therefore, there will be different periods, no? When these properties were acquired. Okay? Ngayon, kung mapapansin nyo, wala rin yung mode of acquisition kasi hindi natin pwedeng isa-isahin po eh. So, pwedeng magkakahalo rin yung mode of acquisition. Okay? Kaya hindi na po nilagyan yan. But then, meron pa rin pong acquisition cost and amount. Bakit? Because the same rule applies, no? Kung magkano mo nabili yung property na yon, yun yung acquisition cost. Ngayon, kung collective yan, pwede mong i-apportion o pwede mong i-estimate. Kung susumahin yan, based on your estimate, magkano yung acquisition cost ng lahat ng properties na ito that you collectively declare. Okay? Now, bakit may slash amount? Ito naman ho ang kaibahan, no? If the personal property that you will declare is in cash, no? Either in the bank or nasa iyo, pagka pera ang idinideclare, kung magkano yung pera, yung specific amount, yun po yung ilalagay sa column na yan. Kaya acquisition cost yan is slash amount. Okay? So again, kapag pera, you declare the money. Okay. So personal properties may include, among others, jewelry, appliances, furniture, motor vehicles, and other movable properties, but it's not limited to that. It shall also include investments or other assets such as cash on hand or in bank, negotiable instruments, securities, stocks, bonds, and the like. Okay? It shall also refer to memorial plans. Hindi memorial lots, ha? Let me clarify. Yung memorial lots, real properties yun. Pero yung memorial plans, personal properties yun. Pre-need plans and other investment funds such as provident funds and insurance contracts with attached investments. Okay. So, Section 33 of the guidelines specifically says that personal properties collectively acquired or of the same nature and kind may be declared generally or collectively. In this case, declarant may write or indicate various years under the column for year acquired. So, ganun ho kadali yung declaration, no? So, imbes na minsan dahil hindi nyo na matandaan kung kailan nyo na-acquire yung mga properties na yon and considering na iba-iba yan, yung column na year acquired, pwede nyo lagyan ng various years. At acceptable po yun, pagdating sa personal properties. Now, bakit mayroong individual declaration as you can see in Section 34? Kasi po hinihingi ng guidelines ngayon that if the personal property is registered with the appropriate government agency, such as but not limited to vehicles, no? Boats, aircraft, firearms. Kapag merong individual registration yan, dapat individual din ang declaration yan. So you cannot collectively declare that with other personal properties. Okay? Yung mga properties na yan na nire-rehistro ay dapat individual din ang declaration. Kaya kung meron kang mga sasakyan, hindi pwedeng vehicles, various years, hindi pwedeng ganon. Dapat i-declare mo yan isa-isa. Okay? At kailan mo nakuha at magkano yung acquisition cost. No? Again, we do not factor in the appreciation or depreciation cost. Kaya kung halimbawa yung sasakyan mo na acquire mo nung 10 years ago at ang halaga nun ay nasa 500,000 lang, ngayon na after 10 years na halos bulok-bulok na siya, wala na siyang value, ang ilalagay mo pa rin na acquisition cost ay kung magkano mo siya nabili 10 years ago, which is 500,000. Bakit? Because as I have said, the acquisition cost does not change. It is constant. Okay? Sige, now, cash on hand or in bank as well as stock and the like that are in foreign currency shall be converted to local currency for purposes of declaration. Okay. Kung meron ho kayong, of course, pera sa bangko, no? Yung amount na yun mismo, i-declare nyo as personal property. Now, if your money is in foreign currency, i-declare nyo yun in local currency, but you will have to make the necessary conversion as of the cut-off date. Okay? So kung annual SILN po ito na ipa-file, kung magkano yung exchange rate as of December 31 of the previous year, yun yung magiging basihan in declaring those foreign currency in Philippine currency in your SALN. Okay? So i-convert nyo muna at saka nyo i-declare. The amount of money or cash in bank should be the last balance. Again, this is common provisions. No, depreciation cost is not considered in determining the acquisition cost because the acquisition cost is constant. No, hindi nagbabago. Beneficial use is also not considered an asset for purposes of the SALN. Kailangan actual owner ka, hindi beneficial owner lang. Inherited property, if in cash, the amount of money received shall be declared as cash on hand or in bank. So yung iba magsasabi, kala ko ba kapag binigay, nakalagay no cost, no acquisition cost. Hindi ho, kasi ang property mo na dyan, yung pera na mismo eh. No, everything is measured in cash. So kung meron kang napala na pera, i-declare mo yung pera. No? Kaya nga yung column ng personal property, acquisition cost / amount. So kung meron kang minana na money, yung amount ng pera na yon, i-declare mo kung magkano man yon. Prices and winnings shall be declared with 0 as acquisition cost. But if it consists of cash, the amount of money received shall be declared as cash on hand or in bank. Okay? So, again, madali lang po yung personal properties, no? Hindi siya complicated. Magpunta naman tayo sa liabilities. Ito naman yung mga utang. All liabilities of the declarant shall be declared in the SALN. Dapat lahat ng utang i-declare natin. It shall not include predetermined obligations that the declarant, the spouse, or the children below 18 years of age entered into by a contract such as but not limited to contract to sell or insurance obligation. So, ibig sabihin, wala pa namang conveyed properties to you. No? Halimbawa, contract to sell. Yung nakalagay na babayaran mo doon sa contract to sell, you need not declare that as a liability. Okay? Kasi hindi pa naman napunta sa iyo yung property. Okay? Hindi siya liability. Although it's an obligation, no? Dahil based on the contract. But it is not a liability na that arises because of the acquisition of the property. No. The property has not yet been acquired. Okay? So hindi mo kailangan i-declare yon as your liability. For purposes of the SALN, predetermined obligation refers to an obligation where there is no transfer of asset yet. Okay, so yun po yung nakalagay sa guidelines. Kapag wala pang transfer of ownership, hindi pa sa'yo yun, kung ano man yung babayaran mo doon, okay, hindi mo kailangan i-declare yun as part of your liabilities. Ang liability mo ay yung nagamit mo na o nasa iyo na at kailangan mo pang magbayad. So liabilities should consist of the following. So unpaid bills shall be considered a liability if it remains unpaid as of the reckoning date of the SALN. Loans may include those obtained from banks, financial institutions, GSIS, Pag-ibig, and others such as personal, multipurpose, salary, calamity loans, and the like. The nature of liability is any type of loan or from any form of indebtedness. Outstanding balance is the amount of money that one still owes on the loan as of December 31 of the preceding calendar year. Okay, now let's go to the computation of net worth. Di na i-declare mo na ngayon, no? Real properties, personal properties, tsaka yung liabilities. How do you now compute your net worth? Madali lang, easy mathematics. Sum of all assets minus total liabilities. When we say all assets, this would refer to real and personal assets. So yung sum nung dalawa, no, i-add mo lang yun yung iyong assets, minus yung pagkakautang, you will come up with your net worth. Okay? So in real properties, the acquisition cost shall be used in the computation of the net worth. In personal properties, the acquisition cost or amount or value of money shall be used in the computation of the total net worth. Again, what are excluded in the computation? If the property does not belong to you, you don't include that in the computation of your net worth. Properties of unmarried children below 18 years of age living in the declarant's household, paternal or capital properties of declarant's spouse. Now let's go to business interests and financial connections. Diba sabi ko nga kanina, it's not enough that you declare your assets. You also have to declare your other sources of income aside from government. And that's the reason why we have this column in the SALN. Besides, these are also required under RA 6713. Okay, so ito po yung portion pertaining to that. Okay, business interest and financial connections. Ngayon, kung wala naman kayong business interests, i-check nyo yung box sa taas. We do not have any business interest or financial connection. Plus, lagyan nyo ng not applicable lahat ng column. Okay, kasi baka may magsingit dyan. Okay, so check and then lahat NA, no? Para wala akong confusion. Kasi baka mamaya may magsingit, nilagyan nyo nga ng check sa taas, tapos may maglalagay naman dyan. That will give rise to confusion. So lahat to may NA, para walang blanco. Now, the other column here refers to your relatives in government service. Okay? Kung wala naman, you check that box saying that you do not know of any relatives in government. And then you still put NA or not applicable in the corresponding column. Business interest would refer to declarant's existing interest in any business enterprise aside from his income from the government. While financial connections refers to declarant's existing connections with any business enterprise or entity, whether as a consultant, advisor, and the like, with an expectation of remuneration for services rendered. So kung stockholder ka, no, business interest, stockholder ka o kaya part owner ka sa company o kaya yung business mismo, no, sole proprietor ka, eh di-declare mo yun. Kahit nga po yung maliliit na businesses such as stalls in the market, di ba, we have Supreme Court decisions, no, na yung may-ari nun who happens to work in government ay naparusahan kasi hindi niya i-declare yung kanyang stall sa palengke when in fact that is a business interest. Okay? So all business interests will have to be reflected in the SALN. Ngayon, kung ikaw ay working in a private company, no? In your capacity as consultant or lawyer, for example, no? Or in any capacity with an expectation of remuneration, financial connections yun. So, ilalagay mo rin yun sa iyong salin, no? Pag hindi mo nilagay yun, that will amount to misdeclaration. So, nature of interests, ayan na. Okay? For your guidance, ayan, marami yan. Proprietor, investor, promoter, partner, shareholder, officer, managing director, executive, creditor, lawyer, legal consultant or advisor, financial or business consultant, and the like. Okay? Now, going now to the column pertaining to the relatives in government. So, ito po yung column. Kung mapapansin nyo, ang nakalagay dyan, very specific, within the fourth degree of consanguinity or affinity, kasi requirement po ng 6713 yan, no? You should know how to compute the degrees of relationship, no? Ang nire-require po dyan hanggang pinsang buo kasi fourth degree. Di ba, when we compute the degrees of relationship, ang una niyong titingnan, kanino ba nanggaling yung relationship, no? Kasi yung pinanggalingan ng relationship, isasama niyo sa counting ng degree. Kaya yung mag-ama, yung anak tsaka ama, first degree yun. Kasi yung anak galing sa ama, first degree. Ngayon, yung magkapatid, second degree sila. Kasi kapag binilang nyo yung degrees, mula sa iyo, papunta sa magulang mo, first, tsaka ka ngayon bababa sa kapatid mo. Second, so laging umaakyat doon sa pinanggalingan, no, pag nagko-compute ka. Kaya ang magkapatid, second degree relatives. Ngayon, yung mag-uncle, third degree yun. Bakit third degree? Kasi ang common na pinanggalingan nilang lahat, yung lolo. Ha? Take note, yung uncle mo, hindi naman galing yun sa tatay mo eh. Galing yun sa tatay nila, na lolo mo. So kung ang counting mag-uumpisa sa'yo, mula sa'yo hanggang tatay mo, that's the first degree. Mula tatay mo hanggang lolo mo, second degree rin ang lolo eh. Ha? Tsaka ka ngayon bababa sa uncle. Kaya yung mag-uncle, third degree. At kung may anak si uncle, yun yung fourth degree. Okay? Pinsang buo mo yun. So kasama mo siyang ilalagay sa iyong SALN if that person happens to work in government as well. Kahit saan pa siyang agency of government nagtatrabaho. Okay? Ngayon, kung wala ka namang alam na kamag-anak mo na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, you tick the box, but then you still put not applicable in all of the columns here. Kasama yung bilas, balae, and inso. Mukhang mamaya pa maipapaliwanag po natin yan. Ano? Okay? By the way, ang kasama mong i-declare ay yung relatives mo by blood na consanguinity o kaya yung relatives ng asawa mo na within the same degree, ang tawag po doon ay relatives by affinity. Okay? And declaration is only to the best of your knowledge. So, ibig sabihin, kung ano lang yung alam mo, kasi minsan, hindi mo alam na kamag-anak mo pala nasa gobyerno, especially if you have no communication for a while, di ba? Kaya pagdating sa declaration ng relatives, it is only to the best of your knowledge. Ngayon, ano yung balae? Well, for those who are inherently in the Tagalog region, mukhang alam na nila kung ano ibig sabihin nito, no? Kaya ako nakalagay ito sa guidelines kasi nasa batas. Ang balae ay parent of the declarant son-in-law or daughter-in-law. Para hindi malito, no? Kung may asawa na yung mga anak nyo, yung magulang ng asawa ng anak nyo, yun yung balae nyo. O, i-declare nyo sila kung nasa government sila. Ngayon, sino naman si bilas? Okay, ganito po. Kung magkapatid, no? Yung magkapatid, parehong may asawa, yung mga asawa nila, yun ang magbilas. So, ganun ka rin. Kung halimbawa, may asawa ka na, no? Tapos yung kapatid ng asawa mo, may asawa rin. Yung asawa ng kapatid ng asawa mo, yun yung bilas mo. And you have to declare that in your salin. Ang inso naman is appellation for the wife of an elder brother or male cousin, no? Sino yan sa Tagalog po kasi kapag asawa ng nakakatandang kapatid na lalaki o kaya nakakatandang pinsan, no, na lalaki, ang tawag po doon ay inso, no, sa Tagalog. So ilalagay mo siya sa salin. Okay? Okay, yun po yung ating mga relatives in government. Now, when you look at this certification part, no? Sa first paragraph, nakalagay po dyan, I hereby certify that these are true and correct statements of my assets, liabilities, net worth, business interests, and financial connections, including those of my spouse and unmarried children, etc. And that to the best of my knowledge, the above enumerated are names of my relatives. So ano po kaibahan? Pagdating sa statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, you guarantee that that is a correct declaration. Hindi po best of knowledge lang. Ha? That is the correct declaration of all your assets, liabilities, and net worth. Pero pagdating sa relatives, best of knowledge lang. As far as you know, those are the people who are related to you who are working in government. Okay? So, I hope nakikita niyo po yung pagkakaiba nun. Ngayon, sa second paragraph, I hereby authorize the Ombudsman or his duly authorized representative to obtain and secure from all appropriate government agencies, including the BIR, such documents that may show my assets, liabilities, net worth, business interest, etc. Ang ibig pong sabihin, through the execution of the SALN, there is an automatic authorization given to the Ombudsman to look at our records in other government agencies. Okay? Kasi ho ang SALN ginagamit din sa pag-imbestiga, no, ng mga cases pertaining to unexplained wealth, etc. Ngayon, ang nag-iimbestiga niyan normally ay ang ating anti-graft body, which is the Ombudsman. Kaya we are giving authority to the Ombudsman to look at our records in other government agencies. But take note, this authorization does not include authority to look into our bank accounts. Okay? Maski government banks pa yan, hindi kasama dito yan. Bakit? Because there is a separate law that protects the secrecy of bank deposits of people here in our country, and that includes us, even if we are working in government. So para mabuksan yung ating mga bank accounts, kailangan ng ating authorization specifically to open the bank account, or if not, there is a need for a court order. Okay? So ibig sabihin, hindi po ito sufficient para ang ombudsman buksan yung ating bank accounts. Sufficient lang ito for other agencies of the government. Okay? Sige. I hope that's clear. Ngayon, signature of declarant, co-declarant or spouse. Ha? Makikita nyo sa signature page, kailangan lang yung signature ng spouse kung co-declarant siya. Ha? Bakit? Because of this. Declaration should be true and correct statements. Napaliwanag ko na yan. Identification of the relatives is only to the best of knowledge, of declarant's knowledge. No? Is only to the best of declarant's knowledge. Napaliwanag ko na rin yan. Both spouses should sign if they are filing jointly. If the spouse is a private individual, okay, or, okay, maski nasa government din yung spouse but they are filing separately, the signature of the spouse is no longer required in your SALN. So yan po yung bagong rule. No? Kasi dati, nire-require ho talaga natin yan, maski nasa private ba yung spouse, and kung hindi makuha yung pirma, pinag-i-explain natin, di ba? O bakit hindi pumirma yung asawa mo? Under the new rules, hindi na ho kailangan yan. Ha? So hindi na kailangan yung pirma ng iyong asawa dyan sa iyong SALN. Maliban na lang if you are filing your SALN jointly. Okay? Sige. At ito ho ay bunsod ng mga napakaraming klamor, no, na huwag na pong i-require yan because of so many reasons. Pagination, the format should indicate the total number of pages of the SALN in case additional sheets are used. So dapat marunong tayo ng tamang pagination. Page 1 of 3, page 2 of 3, page 3 of 3. Ang purpose ng proper pagination is to avoid insertions or pulling out of the pages. Who can administer the oath? Of course, the SALN must be under oath. No? Kapag nagsinungaling ka sa SALN, ay pwede kang makasuhan ng perjury. Pwede ka rin makasuhan administratively for that. No? Kaya under oath ito. We have to realize the importance of an oath in any document. So ang question ngayon, who can administer the oath? Para ho mapadali yung ating pag-file ng SALN, pinadali din ho natin yung paghanap ng mga tao who can administer the oath for purposes of SALN. Unang-una, heads of agencies. And head of agency shall include the head of office and or the head of regional offices. Pangalawa, those authorized by the head of the agency to administer oath. So the head of the agency has the power to delegate the authority to administer oath. Pwede siya mag-authorize para mas madali yung administration ng oath for purposes of SALN. Okay? Ngayon, kung ayaw mo naman sa agency head mo or anybody from your agency, edi pumunta ka dun sa mga tao who under the law has authority to administer oath, such as notaries public. Yun nga lang, magbabayad ka pa, di ba? But if you want it, then go ahead. Okay? So pwede sila. And other people with authority to administer oath. No? Those who are authorized by law. Now, the authority to administer oath must be in writing. Of course, yung mga by operation of law ay may authority to administer oath. Wala akong problema dun kasi nanggagaling sa batas yung kanilang authority. But if the authority to administer oath will just be delegated to them by the head of the agency, for example, it must be in writing. Hindi pwedeng walang written basis, no? Yung authority to administer oath. So kung ibibigay po yan sa head of an office, ang gagawin dapat ng head agency, ni head of agency, mag-issue siya ng office order authorizing, no, the head of that particular office to administer the oath of the employees under his jurisdiction for purposes of SALN. And take note, if the authority to administer oath given is for purposes of SALN, hindi pwedeng gawin yon for other purposes. Ha? Dapat sa SALN lang gagamitin yung authority to administer oath. Okay, so the head of the agency may delegate the authority to administer oath to any other public official or employee within his or her jurisdiction, such as regional directors, branch heads, and the like, considering the time limitation of the head of the agency and the number of public officials and employees of the agency. Under special circumstances, the authority to administer oath may be delegated to subordinate employees, such as when the declarant is on study leave abroad or assigned to a remote area, the delegation of authority to administer oath, again, must be in writing. So pinadali po So wala ho tayong reason na sabihin hindi ako makapag-file kasi walang mag-administer ng oath ko. Marami yung pwedeng mag-administer ng oath for purposes of SALN. Now, in case of joint filing, the SALN may be reproduced as needed without the need for interchanging the names of the declarant and the spouse or co-declarant and submitted as such to their respective agencies, provided the signatures of the declarant and the spouse are original on all SALNs. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, halimbawa, joint filing kayo and you belong to different government agencies, yung joint SALN na final mo sa isang agency, sa agency mo for example, yun na rin yung SALN na ipa-file ng spouse mo sa agency niya. Yun na rin, provided original yung mga signatures. Okay, yun na rin. Hindi kailangan magkaroon pa ng ibang SALN, no? Baka yung iba kasi sinasabi, dahil empleyado ako dito, dapat ako yung nakalagay na declarant, no? Ang billing dapat ako. Kasi dito ako empleyado. Siya, co-declarant ko lang. Pero sa agency niya, siya yung declarant, ako yung co-declarant. Hindi yung nire-require yun. So the same SALN that you file jointly in one agency can be used in another agency for purposes of joint filing. Okay? Now, alteration, form alteration. Pwede bang i-alter yan? Sinabi ko na kanina, pwede, if minor alteration to the electronic format of the SALN may be allowed, provided that the content on the first and second pages and the additional sheet of the SALN shall be retained after such alteration. Kaya nga po yung dalawang lines kanina na originally inilalagay natin yun for address. Kung ayaw nyo maglagay ng address, palitan nyo, alisin nyo na lang. Okay? Kung tingin nyo makakagulo lang. Kasi pag iniretain nyo yan sa form, lalagyan nyo ng NA yun. Okay? So, pwede nyo nang alisin. Such alterations may include adding or deleting one row or more on one table to accommodate one or more entries to another table. No? Dati ho kasi may mga nagtatanong. Kasi ho, yung nakalagay sa SALN form, ilan lang yung lines Pwede ho ba namin dagdagan yun? Meron pa kami idadagdag. Yes, by all means, idagdag ninyo. Basta hindi lang magkakaroon ng substantial changes doon sa mga substantial part of the declaration in the different pages. Okay? Sige. All pages of the SALN shall be signed or initialed by the declarant. So dapat lahat ng SALN ngayon may pirma sa gilid. Except yung last page kung saan ka nakapirma, yun na yung pirma mo. Copies. All officials and employees shall submit 3 copies of the SALN to the HRMO or its equivalent office in the department, agency, or office. The first copy shall be given to the RCC or the Review and Compliance Committee, okay, for transmittal to the repository agency. The second copy shall be filed in the 201 file, and the third copy shall be given to the declarant as a personal copy. So, 3 copies ang ipe-prepare natin na SALN. Now, let's go to review and compliance procedure. Mahalaga rin to, no? Kasi, pag hindi compliant yung SALN mo, pwedeng hindi tanggapin. Tapos, bibigyan ka ng directive. Hindi kumpleto ito, gawin mo, no? Pag hindi mo ginawa yon, pwedeng hindi tanggapin yan totally. At kapag hindi ka sumunod doon sa directive at hindi tinanggap yung SALN mo, you may be considered as a non-filer. And that automatically is an offense. Of course, we do not want that to happen. That's why we have to know what compliance consists of, no? So compliance consists of filing by the declarant with the concerned department, agency, or office. Nag-file ka sa opisina mo. And the next step is the submission by the department with the proper repository agency. Okay? So nag-file ka sa agency, yung agency mo naman isinabmit yung SALN doon sa proper repository agency ng mga SALNs. Filing of the SALN within the agency Okay? HRMO or its equivalent office through designated HRM officer. So kanino nyo ipa-file? Sa HRMO, doon nyo ipa-file yung mga salin, no? Sa agency level. Sa HRMO ng mga opisina. All heads of department, agency, or office shall establish procedures for the review of SALNs. So kaya mahalaga po yung RCC, no? Required po yan ng batas. Now, bakit kailangan may compliance procedure? Under the law, the purpose, okay, of the procedure is to determine whether said statements have been submitted on time, timeliness, complete, and proper form is used. So tatlong bagay lang po ang tinitingnan dyan, no? Timely filing, completeness of the entries, as well as the use of the proper form. Kaya mahalaga ho na alam natin yung proper form. And again, ang gagamitin na nating form for the filing this year is the 2025 SALN form. Okay? Now, the procedure must also include the constitution of the Review and Compliance Committee or the RCC, which shall be tasked to perform the review of SALNs. So dapat lahat ng ahensya merong RCC or Review and Compliance Committee kasi yung Review and Compliance Committee yun ang magre-review ng lahat ng SALNs na isinasubmit sa agency ninyo. Good faith. Okay. The public official or employee to whom an opinion is rendered and any other public official or employee involved in a similar or factual situation and who after issuance of the opinion acts in good faith. Yes, kung nakakuha po tayo ng opinion, no? Merong confusion, nakakuha tayo ng opinion from the proper office and you follow that opinion, the compliance with that will be considered as an action in good faith. So, pwede yung ma-admit yung SALN as valid. Okay. Upon approval of the procedure, the head of the department, agency, or office shall furnish the CSC with a copy thereof. Now, corrective actions. Pwede bang mag-correct? Yan po yung karaniwang issue before. Pwede pa bang i-correct ang SALN? Unfortunately, in the previous rule, wala po itong provisions na ito. Ngayon sa 2025 rules, meron na. And this will serve as proper guidance when it comes to correcting our entries in the SALN. Okay, in the event a determination is made that a statement is not so filed following these rules, the Review and Compliance Committee shall so inform the employee concerned. No? So, ini-review ni RCC, kulang, hindi kompleto, bibigyan ka ngayon ng notice. Tapos, i-correct mo yun. Pag hindi mo kinorek yun, merong karapatan si RCC na hindi tanggapin yung SALN mo. So, that's corrective action. Minor correction pertains to corrective action at the initiative of the declarant on a typographical error, mathematical rectification, and explanation of disclosed entries. So, yun, minor correction lang yun. Ngayon, meron mong substantial correction, yes. Substantial correction pertains to corrective actions at the initiative of the declarant on hidden, undisclosed, or undeclared assets, liabilities, business interests, and financial connections of the declarant. Pwede pa bang i-correct yan? Habang ang SALN ay nasa agency pa. Okay? Nasa inyo pang agency. At meron kang hindi na i-declare na property mo, pwede mo pang i-correct yung SALN to declare that property that you did not declare at the first instance. Substantial correction yun. Papayagan ba yun? Yes, for as long as the SALN is still in your agency. Okay? Minor and substantial corrections to the SALN is allowed after filing with the department, agency, or office concerned and during the implementation of its SALN review and compliance procedure. So again, pwede pa pong i-correct habang ang SALN ay nasa inyo pa. As a matter of fact, ito pong ating RCC, although ang jurisdiction niya is to review the SALN with respect only to 3 areas, no? Timely filing, completeness of the entries, and use of the proper form. Pero kung meron silang knowledge, no, na yung SALN na sinabit ng isang empleyado ay merong hindi na i-declare na property belonging to that employee, na alam na meron, they can actually call the attention of that person. so that that person or that employee can accordingly reflect the substantial correction in his SALN. Ngayon, if despite the notice, hindi pa rin niya inilagay, lookout niya na yun. Kasi pwede na siyang makasuhan because of that. Lookout niya yun. Now, what if the SALN is already submitted to the repository agency? Ayan, this is a different story. Under Section 96, upon submission of the original SALNs with the repository agency, corrections or amendments in the entries upon the initiative of the declarant shall no longer be allowed. So kung gusto niya mag-correct, nasa repository agency na eh. Hindi na yan pwede as a matter of right. No? Kaya nga binigyan ka ng pagkakataon while the SALN is still in the agency level, i-correct mo na yan. Hindi mo kinorek, okay, nung nasa agency na, tsaka mo gustong i-correct, hindi ka na papabayaang mag-correct niyan. Upon your initiative, it is no longer a matter of right that you can correct it. Okay? Now, in the subsequent compliance on the filing of the SALN, any correction of entries, the non-disclosure of which was unintended or made in good faith, shall be deemed a correction of the previous SALNs. So, bagong provision din po ito. Kasi, meron ng mga pagkakataon na hindi nila na-declare yung property dahil hindi nila alam na kanila yung property. They have no knowledge at all. Okay? So yung iba naman, itinago talaga sa kanila yung property kaya hindi nila alam na meron pala silang property na ganon. Kung hindi nakasama yung property na yon in their declaration for a particular year, sa susunod na taon pwede nilang i-declare yun. And that is not an evidence of non-declaration. If the non-declaration in the previous year was in good faith or unintended. In fact, it will be treated as a correction. No? Correction of the entries in the SALN because of this unintended omission. Okay? So pwede po yung ganung mga correction. Now, the review and compliance procedure including the notification that may be given by the committee concerned in the course thereof is not a prerequisite to the filing of administrative charges for false declaration or concealment in the declarant's SALN. Okay. Meron pong Supreme Court decision, no, na sinabi doon na for purposes of prosecution, kailangan mabigyan ng notice yung filer ng Review and Compliance Committee na hindi niya na-declare itong property na ito. Meron pong ganun, no? Because wala naman po sa rule kasi natin yun nung nakaraan. Ang problema, hindi ho lahat makikita ni RCC kung dinideclare ng filer lahat ng properties niya. Because of the RCC will be tasked to look into the correctness of all the entries. Si RCC po wala nang gagawin yan for the whole year kundi mag-imbestiga ng mga properties pertaining to the filer, no? Hindi naman ho hinihingi ng batas yun. Ang hinihingi lang sa kanilang ng batas ay mag-examine ng SALN pertaining to timeliness, completion of entries, and use of the proper form. Yun lang naman po ang hinihingi. Okay? So therefore, para maiwasan na yung ganung situation na kailangan pa ng notice sa kanya bago siya ma-prosecute. No? Inilagay po natin dito in a very specific manner na hindi ho siya prerequisite to the filing of administrative charges. Okay? Hindi ho. Kung talagang may kinonsil siya, okay, then he can be prosecuted for that. Even if his attention was not called by the Review and Compliance Committee. Okay, bakit? The declarant is responsible for declaring the required information with or without notice. Okay. Now, how about the assumption and exit SALN? Sino magre-review niyan? Si RCC ba? The review and compliance of SALN submitted after Assumption 2 or separation from office shall be performed by the HRMO or the committee designated to review such accomplished SALN or SALNs. Okay? Pero ang may primary responsibility po to review the assumption and exit SALN ay si HRMO. Ha? Not the RCC, kundi si HRMO. Repository agency. Ito po sinasabi na natin kanina. Sino ba yung repository agency? Pag sinabi natin repository agency, ito po yung mga agency na kung saan sinasubmit yung mga SALNs natin. At for your information, hindi lang ho iisa yung repository agency. Marami po yan. Depende sa government officials, no? So ayan, no, yung mga repository agencies natin, National Office of the Ombudsman, the Secretary of the Senate, Secretary of the House of Representatives, the Clerk of Court of the Supreme Court, the Court Administrator, the Office of the President, the Deputy Ombudsman, and the Civil Service Commission. So ano-ano yung mga SALNs na sinasabit sa kanila? Ito po specific provision ito ng batas. Sa National Office of the Ombudsman, sinasubmit ang SALN ng Presidente, ng Vice President, ng constitutional officials, such as the chairpersons and commissioners of COA, COMELEC, CSC, Ombudsman, and their deputies. Secretary of the Senate, doon sinasubmit ang SALN ng mga senators. Secretary of the House of Representatives, doon sinasubmit ang mga SALN ng mga representatives o yung mga congressmen, congresswomen natin. Sa court administrator, doon sinasubmit yung SALNs ng mga judges ng RTC, MTC, MTCC, and Sharia District Courts. Sa Office of the President naman, national executive officials such as the members of the cabinet. So OP yan. Undersecretaries, ASEC officials in the Foreign Service, heads of GOCCs and SUCs, officers of the AFP from rank of colonel or naval captain, officers of PNP from rank of police colonel, officers of BJMP and BAP from rank of chief superintendent and up. At sa Supreme Court po naman, diyan sinasubmit ang SALN ng mga justices ng Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, Sandigan Bayan, and Court of Tax Appeals. Ngayon, yung hindi mga nabanggit dito, meaning yung mga karamihan ng government officials and employees sa Civil Service Commission. Okay? Sige, hindi ko na i-discuss itong yung details, no, nung mga submissions, no. Mahalaga yung karamihan po sa Civil Service Commission. Pero yung iba, we have to know kung saan talaga sinasubmit yan by looking at the lists. Nasa batas naman po yan. Okay. Kailan tayo magsasubmit sa repository agency? Within 3 months from the date of filing of the declarant with the department, on or before October 30 of every year for the annual filing of the SALN, and within 3 months from the date of filing of the declarant with the department, agency, or office for those leaving government service. Okay? So yan po yung period. Kaya actually yung April 30 na annual, hanggang October 30 po yun. Kaya you have all the chances to make substantial corrections in your SALN. Kasi yung October 30, yan po yung submission na sa repository agency. Okay, ngayon, pwede pa bang i-review ng repository agency yung mga SALN na sinabit sa kanila? Pwede, pwedeng hindi. So when upon review, halimbawa nag-decide silang isa-isahin yung mga SALNs na sinabit sa kanila, when upon review, it is found that the declarant failed to use the proper form or that the form is not complete, the repository agency concerned shall return the SALN to the department, etc., and consider such SALN as not compliant without prejudice to the liability of the RCC for simple neglect of duty. Okay, the department, agency, or office concerned shall then inform the declarant of such non-compliance. Upon receipt, the declarant shall correct or complete the SALN and resubmit the form to the repository agency within 30 days therefrom. Okay, now, kailangan ho ng konting explanation dito. Kanina, ang sabi natin, hindi ka na pwedeng mag-correct kapag yung SALN ay naisubmit na sa repository agency. Yes, as a matter of right on the part of the filer. Hindi na pwede. pwede lang magkaroon ng correction upon the initiative of the repository agency. So kung sakali si depository agency nagkusa, no, na reviewin yung mga SAL-ins na sinasubmit sa kanya. Tapos in the course of review, nakita niya na mayroong mga SAL-ins na hindi compliant doon sa requirement ng rules at saka ng form, pwede niya yang ibalik doon sa agency na nag-submit. Pero take note without prejudice to the liability of the RCC for simple neglect of duty. Ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ng ganong non-compliant, isinabit nyo sa repository agency, hindi nyo tiningnan mabuti. Ibabalik yun para makorek. Pero pwede ho kayong makasuhan dyan for simple neglect of duty. Ngayon, ibinalik sa inyo, ano gagawin nyo? Then you can call the attention of the employee who is not compliant so that he can comply or he can correct his SAL-N within 30 days. Okay? Ngayon, pag hindi pa rin siya sumunod doon, he will be considered to have not complied with the requirement of filing the SAL-N. Okay? So maliwanag po generally, wala na pong correction kapag ka na-submit na yung SAL-N sa repository agency. Okay? Except if the repository agency itself initiates it. Okay? Initiates it. At nakakita siya ng mga non-compliant doon. It is not a matter of right anymore, but it will be upon the initiative of the repository agency. Okay, let's talk about digital filing and submission of the SAL-N. Ito po ay nakasama na rin po last time, di ba? Sa dating rule. Inaalaw na po natin yung digital filing and submission of the SAL-N. And this has been contained in a number of resolutions issued by the Civil Service Commission. Okay, so what does it include? It includes online oath-taking, the use of electronic and digital signatures in the SAL-N, the online filing, and the online and digital submission. So, pag-usapan muna natin yung SAL-N online oath-taking. So, pwede pala online oath-taking? Yes. Sa mga judicial procedures nga, ginagamit na rin yung online oath-taking, di ba? So, how do we do this? Oath-taking is administered through a virtual meeting between the declarant or the administering officer. Declarant or AO may initiate the meeting. Kahit sino sa kanilang dalawa, meeting may be initiated. Declarant and AO may use wet ink, electronic, or digital signature. Declarant or AO may record the video communication. AO, the administering officer, is required to submit a list of online oath-taking administered with certification that the persons listed took their oath before him through virtual meeting. If electronic signature is used, the declarant is required to screen share during the virtual meeting for the administering officer to see the declarant placing the signature in the SAL-N. Okay, so dapat, although online oath-taking ito, dapat makita rin naman ni administering officer na pumipirma yung yung filer or yung declarant, kasi yun yung evidence na he has taken his oath before he signs the SAL-N in the presence of the administering officer. So dapat merong screen share na ganon. Okay, so ito po yung diagram. Virtual meeting, AO checks the identity of the declarant, ikaw ba talaga yan, etc. Declarant executes and affirms the SAL-N using the electronic, digital, or wet ink signature. Pag napirmahan niya na, the declarant will send the SAL-N to the administering officer. The administering officer will sign using electronic signature or wet ink signature. Pag napirmahan niya na, he will send it back to the declarant. The declarant will receive the SAL-N and submit to the HRMO. So simple lang po pero dapat kahit online oath-taking yan, nakikita ng bawat isa yung ginagawa nila pareho. Okay? Okay. Now, spouses both government employees, in case of joint filing the SAL-N, mag-electronic filing sila now, where spouses who are both government employees jointly file their SAL-N, the declarant and co-declarant are required to be present in the virtual meetings to affix or place their respective signatures. Take note, ha? Joint filing kayo, but you opt to file your SALN jointly, online, or you opted to have your oath administered online. So dapat pareho kayong present in the virtual meeting. Oh, pero kung separate filing naman kayo, hindi kailangan. Okay? Oh, ngayon, hindi kailangan, pero pwede bang andun yung spouse? Pwede. Hindi mandatory, pero pwede. Kung gusto niya makita yung kanyang asawa na pumipirma at nag-online outtaking, ba't mo naman pipigilan? Basta hindi mandatory. Pero kung joint filing, mandatory talaga na dapat pareho silang nandun. Okay? Electronic and digital signatures are allowed to be used in the execution of the SALN. Now let's go to online filing. Declarant physically reporting for work or under alternative work arrangement may electronically file the SALN. Filed SALN should be in a non-editable PDF file. An electronic SALN is considered the original and a printout is considered a duplicate original. The date of online filing shall be the date of the declarant's filing of the SALN. Okay? So maski online, pwede kang mag-file ng SALN mo. Electronic SALN, its submission is deemed substantial compliance with the requirement to submit the SALN. Bakit? In this modern age, no? Allowed po ang paggamit ng advanced technology for all our requirements. So hindi ho natin pwedeng ibahin itong pag-file ng SALN. Technology should be allowed. No? All departments, offices, or agencies shall establish additional procedures for the review of the electronic SALNs, which shall be limited to determining whether said SALNs have been submitted on time, are complete, and are in proper form. Kasi nga, ito ay online. Kung may kailangang additional procedure for purposes of complete review of all the submissions, dapat to gawin natin yon because there has to be safeguards, no? Kasi pagdating naman sa online, and this is one of the downsides, marami hong pwedeng gawing pagbabago na napakadali lang with the yung one press of a button. Okay? So there is a need for additional procedures, no, for the review of the filed electronic SALN. Now, let's talk about submission online, no? To repository agencies. Pag digital submission, submission of the collated SALNs by the department, agency, or office to the proper repository agency through the use of the USB, flash drives, or CDs. Kung physical submission, okay, hard or printed copy. Pag online submission, submission of the collated SALNs by the department, agency, or office to the proper repository agency through online means provided such method is made available by the repository agency. Okay? So, tatlong modes. Digital, pag digital, isasubmit mo yan either through USB, flash drive, or CD. Kung ayaw mo naman, di physical submission ka, lahat ng hard copies yun ang isasubmit mo. Ngayon, pwede ring online submission, provided the repository agency allows that. Kasi kung hindi inallow ng repository agency yung online submission, wala silang means to accept electronically, no? Yung submission mo online, hindi mo rin pwedeng ma-avail yan. Okay? Ngayon, ano yung rules sa online submission? Upon collation, the department, office, or agency has the option to submit the SALNs either physically, digitally, or electronically only, and not a combination of the two or three of the modes allowed. Ibig sabihin, meron kang 3 choices, pero isa lang ang pwede mong gamitin. You have to make up your mind. Ha? Only one option is allowed to facilitate centralized recording and monitoring by repository agencies. Kung ang napili mong mode of submission ay through digital submission, the use of USB or flash drive, yun na. Lahat ng SALN sa inyo, dapat nandun na sa USB na yon. Kung meron nag-file ng hard copy, i-scan mo pa yon para mapunta dun sa USB. Tapos yung USB ang ipa-file mo. Ngayon, kung ang napili nyo namang option ay submission of hard copies, dapat lahat nakaprint. Kung isinabit sa inyo yon electronically, ipiprint nyo yon. Tapos pag isinabit nyo sa repository agency, hard copies lahat yon. And then the third one is online submission. Kung online yung napili mong option, all the SALNs will be submitted online. So isang option lang po ang pwede nyong gamitin, ha? Not a combination of 2 or 3 of the modes allowed. Now, access to SALN. Mahalaga rin ito. There are new provisions here, no? All SALNs files shall be made available for inspection at reasonable hours upon a valid and lawful request for inspection. Again, SALN is an instrument of transparency. Well, it cannot be so if there will be very strict rules before the same can be accessed. So dapat accessible sa client yan. Of course, we can impose requirements, but those requirements must not be so restrictive, no, as to deny the public of the chance to look at the SALNs of government officials and employees. Okay? So dapat available yan for inspection. For SALNs with CSC as the repository agency, the 2025 SALN request form shall be used. So meron po kaming pinrovide na form. And these rules on access to the SALN shall be subject to the rules established by each repository agency. Take note, ang mga repository agencies ay meron hong power to establish their own rules on how to access SALNs that are submitted to them. But again, we have to adhere to the common provision when it comes to access to SALN. Okay, it shall be made available for inspection at reasonable hours upon a valid and lawful request. In other words, it cannot be denied without reason. Okay, because SALN is an instrument of transparency. Reproduction. The SALN shall be made available for copying or reproduction after 10 working days from the time they are filed as required by law. Any person requesting a copy of a statement shall be required to pay a reasonable fee to cover the cost of reproduction and mailing of such statement as well as the cost of certification. So ito na lang naman yung hinihingi. Di ba? Reasonable fee. Plus, yung magre-request ka, you use the form. Sa form, normally nakalagay doon i-state mo yung reason bakit mo kailangan ng SALN, no? Nung government official or employee na yon. At kailangan naman yung reason ay reasonable din, no? Valid reason. Hindi naman pwedeng for harassment. Okay? So valid reason. And upon a determination that the reason is valid and the reasonable fee is paid, then that person can be given access to the SALN of any government official or employee. Okay? Now, nadidispose ba yung SALN? Yes. All SALN shall be made available to the public by the repository agency for 10 years. After receipt of the statement, after such period, the statement may be destroyed unless needed in an ongoing investigation. Take note, ang retention period po ng lahat ng SALN ay 10 years lang. So after 10 years, wala na po yan sa repository agency kasi i-dispose na nila yan. Maliban na lang, kung nagkaroon ng case at iniimbestigahan, hindi siya madidispose. But generally, 10 years lang po yung retention period. Ha? So after 10 years, dinidispose na po ang mga SALN. Prohibited acts, it shall be unlawful for any person to obtain or use the SALN for any purpose contrary to morals or public policy, any commercial purpose other than by news and communications media for dissemination to the general public. Now, reduction of sensitive personal information. Pwede bang mag-redact? Pwede, especially in the light of the Data Privacy Act. Now, except for purposes of administrative, civil, or criminal investigation, the following information upon evaluation of the concerned official may be shaded or redacted for security and privacy concerns. Name of children, signature, address, identification card number which is indicated in the SALN. Pwede po, no? Kasi po when we were talking about the implication of the Data Privacy Act to the SALN, nag-surface po itong mga to na although this is an instrument of transparency, yung mga information na hindi naman kailangan doon sa transparency with respect to accumulation of wealth, no, na that will compromise the privacy of the filer, pwede nang i-redact, okay, itakpan, no, takpan or isi-shade para hindi makita ng ibang tao. And that's also the reason why pati po yung address ng declarant, no, ay hindi na mandatory, kaya po inalis na po natin yon. So again, because of the data privacy concerns. Okay. Section 115, all departments, agencies, and offices, including all repository agencies, may establish their own rules on access to SALN subject to the rules set forth in these guidelines. So, nasabi ko na po ito, lahat po ng repository agencies, pwede po silang maglagay, no? Maglagay po ng sarili nilang procedure on how the SALNs, no, in their custody may be accessed by anyone who wants to access it. Non-compliance, any violation or non-compliance with the provisions of the law shall cause the filing of appropriate action against the public official or employee concerned. The public official or employee may likewise initiate action against any person who obtains or uses a report or document related to the SALN for any purpose prohibited under these rules. Ano ang sanction? Yan po, no? Ito po yung mga offenses. Failure to file the SALN, failure to correct and submit SALN in accordance with review and compliance procedure, non-declaration, misdeclaration, okay, of assets, financial connection, and relatives in government. Those are violations. They're considered offenses. Ano po yung penalty dyan? For the first offense, 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. For the second offense, dismissal from the service. Okay? And this is without prejudice to any possible criminal case that may be filed against the erring or government official or employee. Ang head of agency tsaka HRMO pwede rin hong magka-offense, no? With respect to SALN. Failure to establish or create the Review and Compliance Committee is an offense. It will amount to simple neglect of duty. And since it is a less grave offense, the penalty is the same. For the first offense, suspension of 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. And for the second offense, the penalty is dismissal from the service. Okay, now, meron po tayong transitory provisions. Don't worry, malapit na po, no? These rules and the 2025 SALN form, 2025 SALN form AS-1, AS-2, shall be used for the filing of the SALN upon assumption to office, the annual filing, and upon exit from government service upon its effectivity. So since effective na po ito na po dapat yung gagamitin natin. Ngayon, during the transition period from the effectivity date of these rules, okay lang ba siya naging effective? Hindi ba sabi natin September 29, 2025? Yun, naging effective na siya. Okay. Until the end of 2025, public officials and employees who used the 2015 revised SALN form and additional sheets for the 2025 compliance shall be considered to have substantially complied with the requirement of filing the SALN upon assumption of office and upon exit. So kung halimbawa, di September ito, no? Nag-assume ka ng October, ang ginamit mo pa ay yung 2015 form. Valid pa po yun. Nasa transition pa yun eh. Okay? Hanggang end ng 2025, pwede pang gamitin yung 2015 form. Pero, pagdating ng 2026, lahat na po tayo, ang gagamitin na natin ay 2025 SALN form. Okay? So, sana po maliwanag po sa lahat yan. Okay. This is my last slide, no? It is imperative, sabi po ng Supreme Court, highlighting the need, no, for the accurate and correct filing of SALN. It is imperative that every public official or government employee must submit a complete disclosure of his assets, liabilities, and net worth in order to suppress any questionable accumulation of wealth. This serves as the basis of the government and the people in monitoring the income and lifestyle of public officials and employees in compliance with the constitutional policy to eradicate corruption, to promote transparency in government, and to ensure that all government employees and officials lead just and modest lives, with the end in view of curtailing and minimizing the opportunities for official corruption and maintaining a standard of honesty in the public service. So, wag po nating i-consider ito as a mere ritual, no? Whenever we correctly file or fill out and submit our SALN, isipin po natin that we are complying with a constitutional obligation and we are making a representation to the public that we serve, that we are not unduly enriching ourselves at the expense of public funds. Here is the document that you can inspect to prove that I am that kind of public servant. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for your kind attention. That ends my presentation.
Maraming salamat po, Assistant Commissioner Attorney Ariel G. Ronquillo, for generously sharing your invaluable knowledge and expertise during this afternoon SALN orientation. Can we again give ASCOM Ariel a virtual round of applause? I can see a lot of hearts and claps po from our participants. So maraming salamat, ASCOM. Our
Thank you.
heartfelt gratitude, no, not just for generously sharing your knowledge, but also your time. Dahil alam din naman natin na maraming ginagawa si ASCOM, but thank you po for joining us this afternoon. All right. And of course, many thanks as well to everyone who raised their questions, to all our participants who actively, umuusok ang ating chat box, sa ating Q&A box, no? And maraming salamat po for actively participating and helping us enrich our session this afternoon. And of course, our sincere appreciation to our panelists, no? Our OLA partners, our legal partners, for helping us clarify and navigate the key points of today's discussion. For those unanswered questions po, huwag po tayong mag-alala, as we will also request our legal partners for their comments, and the responses po that will be provided to us will be shared through a library. So as I have mentioned po kanina, we will be sharing the materials. So isasama na rin po namin doon yung mga answers or responses po dun sa mga hindi pa natin na answer ng mga questions dito. Dahil yun nga po, medyo marami tayo talagang mga tanong dito sa ating SALN orientation. And of course, maraming salamat din po sa ating mga directors from the Civil Service Institute, Director 4 Fernando Emporio, and Director 3 Emeline O. Severo. And from our Legal Affairs Office naman, Director 4 Attorney Alma Foronda, Director 3 Attorney Jam Escalona, and Director 3 Attorney Christian Molina, no, for their support. At hindi magiging possible po ang ating SALN orientation ngayon kung wala ang ating mga offices, our partner offices. So maraming salamat po. We also would like to thank our CSI training team. Special shout out to those din po na nagbigay na kanilang time para sumagot ng chatbox and admin concerns natin. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we officially conclude the 2026 SALN orientation. We hope that this has been a productive and insightful learning experience for everyone, and that it helped you clarify the 2025 omnibus rules on the SALN and your respective roles, ang ating mga roles, no, and responsibilities. Nawa ay magsilbi itong gabay sa tamang pagsunod sa mga laws and rules natin bilang bahagi ng ating commitment to transparency, accountability, at ethical public service. But wait, there's more. Just a few reminders po before we let you go. Please make sure to submit your attendance, complete your pre- and post-test and level 1 evaluation. The link for the following forms will be shared in the Zoom chat box and CSI FB page. So yung mga nakasagot na ng attendance and pre-test, you just need to accomplish na lang po yung post-test and the level 1 evaluation. And just to reiterate po that the deadline for submission is only until January 26, 2026. So hanggang Monday lang po ng 5 p.m. Hindi na po kami mag-extend pa po ng deadline. So pag po pumatak ng 5, hindi na po kami tatanggap ng mga forms, hindi ng mga submissions. Your COCs po will be issued 6 working days after that deadline. Alright, so i-count na lang natin. And for SAL and related questions po, you may also email our Office for Legal Affairs, that's ola@csc.gov.ph. Okay, so this is going to be our last slide. We will give you 10 minutes. No? Bubuksan po namin ang Zoom room para sa inyo to answer the following forms. Pero you also have an option to copy the links shared in the chat box and in the FB comment section and answer the forms on or before January 26, 5 p.m. All right? So again, on behalf of the entire team behind the webinar orientation on the 2025 SALED, maraming salamat po for spending this afternoon with us. Once again, this has been your host, Jing Pajaro, and it has been an absolute pleasure to be part of your learning journey. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Stay safe, stay committed, and stay inspired. Until next time, maraming salamat at happy weekend po to all.